We're just about there. If I can just get Eric to come run this, we're going to be set. Hey. She didn't. She wanted to bring me off up there. Yeah. Anyway, so she's kind of just gonna hang out in the library. Do you know? I haven't been around. Yeah, she's out of fun. Do you know, like, we're sort of set back things forever. She's, you know, she's to come front. That's right. Okay, so right. You are good. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, brother. This thing already here.
What's that?
Hey, Eric, can you hear me?
I told it. Still waiting to take that. This is one that. Oh, cute. There. Yes. All the time, yeah, yes, always do, like, I bet. So, will you see the tea? That's what we need. No. Oh. Thursday night. Good for our tea. Well, we'll be there Wednesdays. I got skin. See, I'm looking around for new because. Yeah. Yeah. Eric, move the screen. Eric, move the screen, move the camera to where we can see the screen.
I don't know.
They can't see it.
I
Huh?
don't know how to do that.
Okay. Probably do it right there in the center. We're gonna move this whole thing to the center.
Huh?
To the center.
Todd said leave it right here.
Well, you can't see the screens.
Well, I mean, I can turn it.
That's perfect.
Can you zoom in on it?
Todd's gonna have to fix it.
You need to zoom in on it. Oh, Sarah said perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay. We can see, perfect. Okay. She said we can see, perfect.
All right. Can she hear everything?
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you guys.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah. Sorry. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. I know. I know. Well, I can't say the thing. It's just gonna be so.
Hey, good morning. Welcome, y'all. I know there's people from Mississippi, from Atlanta, woo! North Carolina. Who's from North Carolina? Okay, stand up. Okay, who's the ones from Mississippi? Mississippi, stand up, Mississippi. Woo! Woo! Mississippi, right there. Atlanta. I know we got people from Atlanta. Hey, did I miss another state? Tennessee, stand up, Tennessee. Woo! Where? Where'd you go? Oh, hey, welcome, y'all. Welcome. I'm Patty Anderson, and I want to, my group in Birmingham did a terrific job of setting up this room. Y'all stay in my Birmingham group that helped with this, and let's give you an applause. Thank you so much. So welcome. I'm so excited
Larry.
about this day. We got time rolling. And Kim Bray. Oh, we feel so special, don't we? All right, I am excited just to be here, just to say hello to y'all and welcome to Alabama. Roll Tide. I know there's some people from Auburn. Excuse me, Auburn people. Where you go? Okay. The first thing I want to do is just tell you a little bit about what we're going to do today. We've got in the back, thank you, Tasha and her husband. They drove from Mississippi. We have swag back there. You can put your orders in for special swag and special colored shirts. Also, we want to talk about a little bit about PXP's coming up, folks. And for those who don't realize the acronym PXP, it stands for Partner Experience. Did y'all know that? Yeah, things like that. That is 2.5 weeks from now. I'm excited. We're gonna have get down, hoe down, rodeo down in Dallas, right? Okay, it's 2.5 weeks away. Piece of housekeeping. For those who haven't flown in a while, you've got to have a star on your license. Go to DMV, and from what I hear, it takes exactly 2 weeks. We all were 2.5 weeks from PXP. So if you're gonna fly, I would go down there on Monday. I understand from Julie that they will take your the temporary. Or your passport. Okay. Temporary or your passport. Y'all got that? So if you know you've got friends that are coming to PXP and they're flying, you gotta have the star. Okay, just a little insignia they put on your driver's license. Right? Thank you. I need help. Okay, so Todd wanted me to tell a little bit about my story. I'm Patty Anderson. I've been in the business 2 years. I'm under Pam Dodd. Pam introduced me to this business. And Kim Gray's my upline. Woo! I'm so excited. And Todd Rowland. So excited. This is my experience with my drops. Now, this was 2 years ago. And everyone in this room's got their favorite pair of breeches. It's hot as Hades in the South that we go to. It's our go-to pants. Now, I had just worn those pants 3 weeks prior to this picture. They're my doctor, my 100% cotton. And yes, I'm fat in them, but I didn't care. I had to be cool, big legs. That's what I went to. I started on the drops because Pam Dodd told me that these drops work. You just put them on your thumb, I'm going. I was an advisor for this diet center. And I thought this was a bunch of hooey. Okay, because we were rigid, we weighed our food, we had to do toast salad separately from my hot veggies. It was very regimented and it worked. And this, I just had to follow food list and eat right and just drops. So I thought it was a bunch of buoys. So I did it almost to prove her wrong. Y'all ever done that? Yeah. So 3 weeks later, my husband, after I had put the pants on, 3 weeks later, we were going to an air show out of the airport. There's no covering. I'm going to be sitting in the hot sun. So I grabbed these pants again and realized I had lost 2 pant sizes in 3 weeks. And then my upline says, you gotta post that picture. I said, I don't want people to know how fat I was. Hey, you gotta do that. So I put my vanity on the shelf, took a deep breath and said, Howard, you gotta get a picture of me in this. He said, you get 2 shots. Y'all got husbands like that? And you gotta spend the day taking pictures. You get 2 pictures. Well, they were crummy pictures. They're off of me. So I get the girl across the street. We took about 20 pictures. This thing. And it's still fat, but you know, you gotta look good fat, right? So that's my picture I posted. And Todd, I think you told me that first week, it was like, I forgot how many hits it took. And I thought, well, many people saw how fat I was. Anyway, I lost 2 pant sizes. That's my story. I'm gonna turn it over to, yes, my brother.
Kim Gray. You turn it over to Kim.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning. First of all, I want to say welcome and thank you for coming out on this busy Saturday. I think I've met everybody. I can't tell you all y'all's names, but I can. I don't know. Sorry. I'm already nervous enough. But we can anyway. So
They can't hear you,
they
Kim.
can't hear me? No. Well, I'll talk a little bit loud. Can you hear me now, Miss Carol? Okay, good, good. Well, I just want to welcome everyone and thank you for coming. I want to first start off by telling my story. I never get tired of telling my story because this story has been my journey for 6 years. And when I first started this company, the doctors had just told me and my husband that I was going to be in a wheelchair. I was born with a form of muscular dystrophy, so I've been disabled all my life, and it's hard for me to exercise and get around. Well, let me tell you, I have been at this place for 1 hour, and I have not sat down yet. 6 years ago, I would not have been able to be standing right now. So when I was introduced to these products, I did not think they were going to help me because I had tried everything from Weight Watchers to Nutrisystem. The doctors put me on medicine because I didn't want to be in a wheelchair in 2 years. My daughters did not want me. They told me, Mama, you're not going to be in a wheelchair. So my oldest daughter overheard that somebody talking about these products in her bank that she worked at that time. And so she called me and she said, Mama, you have got to listen to this man and talk about these products. And I said, Kayla, nothing is going to help me. I'm disabled. I cannot exercise. When you go on a diet, we have to exercise. She said, no, ma'am. She said, please, if you love me, you will be at my house tomorrow afternoon. And then she hung up the phone on me. And so I told Eric, I said, the next day, I said, what are we going to do? And he said, well, if you love our daughter, you're going to be at her house. Well, the whole time down there, I had every excuse not to do this. I had the excuse that, number one, it's not going to work. Number two, I had this excuse. It was December the 19th. It's Christmas time. Who wanted to start on something at December the 19th? And number three, I didn't have the money. Me and my husband lived from paycheck to paycheck. I was on total disability, and had been on disability since I was 19. I didn't have no money. But when I went down and talked to that man, guess what? He told me, he says, Kim, you do not have to exercise none. I said, you don't have to exercise? He said, you do not have to exercise. And then it was December the 19th. Well, that was the first excuse that went out the door. The second excuse was it was Christmas time. He said, just wait till after Christmas. Start the Monday after Christmas. So there went the other excuse. So I had one more excuse. I didn't have no money. When I didn't have no money, I didn't have no money. And all of a sudden, he said, here's a box of drops, Merry Christmas. And he gave me my box of drops. And let me tell you, my throat went in my stomach because nobody has ever just gave me $150 worth of box of anything. And so I started the drops the Monday after Christmas. I gave you my word. At that particular time, I lost 12 pounds in 2 weeks. And I didn't even stay on the approved food list. I forgot about it. So then after 2 weeks, then after Todd and that man told me, you've got to get on this food list. Then I started losing and I had lost 93 pounds in 8 months. Let me tell you. You just got to do them. They cannot work if they don't go up on your tongue. The other products that we're going to talk about, the MOA, it gave me strength back that guess what? I'm not going to be in a wheelchair. You know, losing weight will help me get around. Anybody, it helps you get around. But the other product we're going to talk about, MOA, let me tell you, it's a game changer because that really, truly, as God is my witness, gave me my life back because it gave me energy. I'm standing here today as an example. First of all, to tell you that I thank Jesus Christ as my Savior first. And I thank him for introducing me to Todd and the other guy and these products and this company because this company and these products has literally changed my life. And now I'm down 113 pounds. I went from 22 to a 14, and I can get around and do things that I've never been able to do. So now I'm going to have one more testimony, and I think Todd's going to bring up some testimonies. But I want y'all to hear this amazing lady talk. She does not even know that I'm bringing her up. So I hope that she will not be upset with me. Let's just hope it right. Because I've never done this before. This is Todd's tricks to pull people out. But this story means a lot to me every time I hear it. And Miss Angela, would you come up? There you go. Get the tissue out. Microphone. Yes, ma'am. Nobody can.
Yeah.
I want to share this amazing journey that the Lord has had me on, and it's no doubt in my mind that He orchestrated all this, and I'm so thankful to our PartnerCo and a dear friend that's here today, Janie Hill, in her place, that's helped me too. I mean, people reached out to me as I was on my journey. I have Parkinson's, and the type I have is dystonia, where my muscles in my neck take me down like this. And I was walking with a cane, and my husband said, you just keep driving anymore, it's too dangerous. So I gave up driving, which was probably one of the hardest things I've done in a long time. I kept feeling like my independence was gone, you know. But the Lord just showed me that I needed to take these products. My sweet hairdresser, Kathy Holloway, and she's here tonight, right there. She would, when I would go in, she could see my inflammation, and I had my back was so bad, I had a brace I wore all the time. And she said, Linda, you got to try these products. And I was one of those skeptics, you know, that said, I'm so tired of trying. Like Kim was saying, when she was introduced, you know, I tried everything, you know, and I just, you know, I don't know. Well, she kept after me. So we were going on a little road trip and over to Pigeon Forge, you know, Lexington City. We all like to go and see the mountains. And she said, you're going to go over. Let's take these MOA with you. And I said, oh, no. She said, take them take them. I mean, she just made me, she just, I took them and I went and we were there a couple of days and my back started bothering a little bit and I've been wearing my brace and everything, but we were doing a whole lot of walking and my body just was telling me it was having a hard time. But he said, take those drops. So I took the first drop that day and, not drops, but the MOA. And, there's a little cognitive still there, but I'm working on it. I'm taking those brain vitamins and brain minerals, optimal and all. But, and it's working. I'm getting better. But I took it and the next day I took it and the next day I took it. And I said, take me, I'm feeling better. I can walk and it's not hurting like it did. So when I got home, Kathy said, we're going to go to a thing at Jill, and Jill's here. Jill, there she is, Jill's house. And here's some more about the product. I said, okay, I'm ready. And I said, David, come with me. And which I thank my husband so much for being my person as he walks me through. What a wonderful caregiver. And he and Eric remind me of each other. And I was there and they showed all the products and they gave their testimonies and I took it all and I went home and I started taking them. And I'm telling you, those drops, that MOA, and we did the renew. We call it a trifecta. I don't know. I just think those three just go together so well. And I could sleep at night for the first time. And rest is so important. And I had been, I would wake up at 2 o'clock and I couldn't sleep. Parkinson's, that's a big, big thing with Parkinson's is sleeping. It's disrupted. And my gut, oh, it was so messed up. I couldn't, it would either, or, but so anyway, I don't want to talk about that, John, but anyway, we all have it. And that, all those products working together just gave my life back to me. And I go to church and people say, what are you doing? You're just so different, And I just think the Lord led me to this company and let me tell you about the products, So it's not, I'm not selling. I mean, I guess I say I'm a walking billboard and you will be too if you. And I've seen heads shaking that they've had a change in their lives from this product. So I just thank the Lord for them and hope I have done this with this morning because I'm planning on this. So I just thank them, their family. I've never seen a company care so much, and I feel like I'm down here at the bottom, and these people up here at the top just love on me and help me, and it's just been so encouraging, and so that means so much as you're walking that path. And each day I get stronger, and I just want to say thank you.
I told y'all, right?
She's driving again.
Yeah.
She's driving again.
You guys, I am giving on interviews for you. Someone that is really dear to my heart. I didn't believe in myself 6 years ago, but he believed in me. And I can honestly tell you, I am where I am today because of Todd Rowe. And so he's like a brother to me. But you know, each other's nerves. I'll tell you, I went to training. So, Todd Rowe.
Well, at the risk of making a couple hundred people mad that are coming in live with us, we turned the light on so the live people could see better. They were having trouble picking us up over here. But at the risk of making some of them mad, this is one of my very favorite groups. There's some really good people in this room that I've really enjoyed getting to know and meet. And if I haven't got to know you yet, I look forward to getting to know you today. And Linda Lou says something that was really powerful that I don't think most will understand what this business really is. The original top to bottom here. We're all normal, everyday, average people looking for better in life. Some of us have just been here a little longer. Some of us take it a little bit more serious than others. And some of us do it full time, but there is no vice president. There is no president. Like, we're not waiting on anybody to die or get out of our way at our job. We're just get to put our own pace in and go change our life to whatever degree we want to. So, and I'll start with that here in the room today, who is new today? First time that kind of looking at it. Okay, well, quite a few of you. All right, so if you're here for the first time, generally you can see this in about 12 or 13, 14, 15 minutes. Today it'll be total, we've already started, but it's going to run right up to about 11 o'clock. Because we're going to pull some testimonials out, but if I call you today, you do me a huge favor, because I want to get as many people as possible in the room. Maybe keep the testimonial initially. We'll maybe do some others during the training. But for the presentation part, you can keep it right around 15 or 20 seconds, and you can just stand up where you are. You don't have to swing around without that and pick you up. But there's two things available if you're new today. You can hear all of this. One is there is an opportunity, as you just heard from Kim and Linda, to really change your physical health. My master's is in nutrition and kinesiology. I was in the athletic performance world, and most people don't realize that the old saying, "We are what we eat," is more true than you realize. Yeah. And if you really believe that or heard that for real, 99% of us would change a whole lot about what we do every day, putting it in our mouth. And that's all Linda did. We make no medical claims. We cure nothing, but the body is a miracle. And if it's got the right resources and you stop putting in the bad stuff, it can do some pretty incredible things. It's much unlike a mechanical vehicle. If you drove up here today in a gasoline car and you stop at the gas station on the way home and you fill up with diesel, it's going to blow up before you get out of the gas station. But yet we do that to our body, many of us, day after day, year after year, decade after decade. And we wake up one day and we randomly think we just got cancer because we woke up, or we had a cardiovascular event because we woke up. We didn't. Most of that is very self-inflicted. Not all of it. There are some genetical things, and we obviously, some people can smoke for 40 years and get away with it, but most can't. I'll just say it's very, very healthy for your health for most of it. It's for the healthy ones. It's still not going to make their health less quality. The second thing, so you're going to see a lot of products today that can meet almost anybody's need. The second thing you're going to see today is a way to improve your finances. I would say there's nothing worse on health than stress. And there's nothing more stressful than trying to figure out how to pay bills when you don't have enough money. That's where Kim was when she saw this, and that's exactly where I was when I saw this. There's an acronym out there that's called JOB. Anybody have one? Yeah. It stands for just over broke. They are not designed to get you ahead. So if you've been at one for 10, 15, 20, 30 years and you're not ahead yet, just know you're on the wrong vehicle. It's not designed to do that. It's designed to pay your bills and keep you pretty stressed out. Most small businesses are the same. They just they give you a little bit more freedom. Most of the time it's better than working for a small business, but it's still quite complicated. And most people say you just own your job when you own your own small business. And you manage, I know that some of the business owners always say it's like an adult daycare a lot of times managing employees. Not that the employees are bad, but they don't have the same emphasis on the business you did. So it's I just know percentages. I've done this full time for a long time. Most people live either paycheck to paycheck, slightly above or slightly below. I was slightly below. I had what's called a JUB, just under broke. I was a football coach in Tennessee and Arkansas. I had won some state championships, but also in that 15-year career had 4 children and a wife that became a stay-at-home mom with those children. And when you do that, it's a struggle financially. And I didn't even know what network marketing, much less PartnerCo was invented. I didn't know what any of it was. So I just did what, quote, most people do. I went and picked up odd jobs. I mowed yards. I had a little fencing company in the summertime. I ran sports camps. But what you do when you do those kinds of things, you give away the last free remaining time you have. Now then, you have no time nor money, because you don't ever get ahead doing that. You got to have, I didn't know all this back then, but you got to have compounding efforts or residual income. That way, one day you can have both time and money. Because I run into people all the time that don't join this for money. They join it for time. They make, I have doctors that make $600,000 or $700,000 a year, but they're on call 21 days to 30 a month, and they have no family life. They want a way to create income without having to give their whole life for it. So all of that said, that's what you're going to see today. And at the end, you can have interest or not. It's completely up to you. It's only for show. Now, Kim may not let you get out of here, but I would. I want to ask that time. He's pretty. Kim will call me. For those of you in the business, she'll call me when I'm going to do a meeting without her. Todd, you better not leave there without an application. I'm like, if I don't do that, you call behind me. You get the application if you want. I'm here only for material. You take with it what you want and decide with whoever you came with what your decision is. But the name of the company is called PartnerCo. And if you like to investigate, we're exactly that way online. We're that way on YouTube, Instagram, most all of our social media is PartnerCo. The way it works from a business standpoint is you pay $30 one time and you own a business. I was in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I drove down this morning from Nashville. But the night before I was in Bowling Green most of the day yesterday. And I was with some business owners up there, and the main girl that got that group started, she was the largest real estate agent in the state of Ohio for about 15 years. She had 167 agents not the state of Ohio, it's the Columbus, Ohio. She was the largest in Columbus, Ohio. But she had 167 real estate agents that worked directly for her. And I met her in 2009 during the downturn. She had 4 offices. And when I met her for the first time with 167 agents, a couple $1 million invested, all 4 offices were losing about $10,000 a month. And she said, I got 167 agents to work for me and I carry out the garbage in most all the offices all the time. I am tired of it. So when she opened in Bowling Green, she was just talking about like it made no sense to her that you could pay $30 and make $1 million in a business when she had invested millions and had 167 agents working for her and she couldn't even get ahead in life. I mean, there was obviously every now and then a good year or two. We're not in one of those right now with higher interest rates. You real estate agents know. I always say, don't take this personal. Please, I'm just getting you to think about your life. But you know, my hardest thing people to work with is what everybody else thinks are the good people. Real estate agents and car salesmen. I call it the golden handcuffs. You can generally make more there than you can in most places, but you chase it all the time because there's no residual attached. So like the worst thing a real estate agent or car person can do is have 2 or 3 really good months. So they'll go buy a new car and possibly even upgrade their house. And now all of a sudden they're chasing their tail to pay their bills the rest of the time, giving up all of their time chasing the next sale. This is the same work. I don't tell people this is easy, but it's residual income. So if you do build an income in here, you put the time and effort in to do it, it keeps coming. You can wake up on a Saturday morning and sleep in if you want to, you get paid anyway. It's a really nice thing when you figure it out. But when you pay that $30, you have a business now that operates in 58 countries with an official license. The parent company, PartnerCo, will 1099 your earnings. You're an independent rep here. And that gives you all the small business tax write-offs, which is worth doing this. My dad was CPA for 4 years. It's worth being a part of this just for that, because you can actually write it off against other earnings, W-2 earnings for the first 2 years if you don't turn a profit here. But 58 countries, we have about 100 products globally. We're getting ready to get 2 new ones in the portfolio in Dallas, 2 what I think will be great add-on products. I think they'll be fabulous. A collagen product and an electrolyte product. They'll be really, really good. But currently we have superfood drinks. We have things for weight loss, hormonal balance, energy, better sleep. There's really nothing we can't help a person with. 6 of our products you're getting ready to see have actually made it into the physician desk reference. And the reason for that is all of our products are doctor created. They're all backed by science. You can see our top doctor there, Dr. Strand, wrote a book called What Your Doctor Doesn't Know About Nutrition that sold 35 million copies. Those are all the third-party logos we carry. They're all important. I won't go into them in this session. But Dr. Strand, our chief doctor, he has been ahead of the curve for a very, very long time on what's called metabolic syndrome, insulin insensitivity, metabolic dysfunction. It rides under a lot of different names, but it all means the same thing. You have elevated blood sugar, but it is not high enough for the doctor to call you a pre-diabetic yet. Dr. Strand says you're 25 times more likely to die earlier than you were supposed to if you have it. So all doctors know that if you have type 2 diabetes, they call it a 10-year death sentence. It's very dangerous because, it's not Dr. Strand, he's our doctor. You just do your own research on this. Elevated blood sugar for an extended period of time increases cardiovascular risk exponentially. Aneurysm, heart attack, cancer diagnosis, all elevate when you have elevated blood sugar for a period of time. Matter of fact, I see Jerry Wyndham walked in back there. His sister, Cheryl, has a son. His name is Dr. Ross. He's the top aortic surgeon in the state of Mississippi, aortic stenosis. And the reason he is because he has an uninvasive surgery that he can do. So I did a meeting one night in his house, really more for his wife and his mom, Cheryl. And he got there just slightly late, and I'm very cautious about what I say in front of people that are way smarter than me. So I didn't go into this normally without talking to that person first, because I don't want to say something he would disagree with. But I was midstream talking about this, and I didn't know it, but he's in the kitchen listening. And so afterwards, his name is Dr. Ross. I walked out in the garage, he was showing me his CrossFit gym, and I said, Dr. Ross, would you mind telling me, you're the cardiovascular guy, would you mind telling me what you think about what I said with the elevated risk? So one thing Dr. Friend says, he says 70% of the country walks around with metabolic syndrome and most unknowingly. So here's what Dr. Ross said back. He said, I think he's wrong in a couple of areas. He said, number one, I think it's more like 85 to 90% of the people have metabolic syndrome. But he said, what I can tell you with 100% certainty is 100% of my adult patients on my operating table have elevated blood sugar. There is no exception. And he said, there's actually in today's world very few exceptions with the kids. He says some of them do have a genetic disposition, but most of them also have elevated blood sugar. So that's coming out of the top cardiac doctor, stenosis surgeon. And then Kim's got a cardiac group in Dothan, Alabama. They have 4 offices. We met with them like 5 times. They're all really smart. It takes forever to get all the questions answered, but I did. And we actually did a meeting at their office the other night with about 100 people. So they're also, same thing. They understand the risk factors there. So a little bit longer than I normally go on that subject, but I have like 4 or 5 people come up to me before the meeting started, all with type 2 diabetes. You've got to understand that the first product I'm going to talk about wasn't designed for weight loss. It was designed to balance the body hormonally and help people stabilize blood sugar with a side effect of weight loss. You do know that's what all the shots do. They help you stabilize insulin secretion, which and stabilize blood sugar, which helps you control your appetite. You don't eat quite as much when they do that. You end up losing weight. So these drops do the same thing, except they do a whole lot more. They're what's called a homeopathic formula. The first bottle's got 11 different homeopathic ingredients. You can see there on the screen. Some designed to bring thyroid into balance. Some designed to help stabilize blood sugar. There's one ingredient in there actually for nerve ending damage. We did that specific for the type 2 diabetics that have neuropathy. We get a lot of great anecdotal stories with it. One of those ingredients actually helps with suppressing the ghrelin hormone. That's your hunger hormone that makes you say I'm hungry. And then the second bottle is got the good form of B12. It's called the methylated form. There's like 2,000 published papers now showing the correlation between people with depression and anxiety. They all generally have low B12 levels. That's medical research, not our research. So elevating B12, we already know increases metabolism, resting metabolism, energy, mood, but it also, with those people walking around with anxiety, depression, can likely help in those areas too. We get a lot of anecdotal stories out here. Anecdotal stories are, I walk into a room like this and I have people come up and tell me about the drop dead one. That's an anecdotal story. And then it's also that ashwagandha, which is called the mood food in the Eastern world. Really, really good for you. And then one other ingredient I'll mention is called rhodiola. It is an ingredient that helps suppress cortisol secretion, which is a stress hormone we release in high stress moments. I don't know what Alabama's like, but most states I go to, people are pretty stressed out this day and time. We're trying to make life work. It's hard out there. And rhodiola is really good because insulin and cortisol are our 2 enemies if we're trying to lose weight. We want to keep those both under control. All right, very important. I have got my master's degree. I'm not one of those people going to communicate you to take the drops and eat your pizza and drink the beer or whatever you do, and you're going to lose weight. I'm going to tell you what you put in your mouth matters greatly. It matters more than you could ever imagine whether you take the drops or not. And this is what's called the low glycemic food index. It is what, most people in the South are God-fearing people. So what I tell people is it's God's food. It's not man's food. Man's food is in your bags and boxes at the grocery store. Go buy them. They all lie to you on the front of the box and back. All of them. Every one of them. It's all a lie. They don't have to be legal on the front. You learn how to read the back side of a label. They have to be legal there. And that's what counts. But this is lean meat, healthy fats, and most importantly, fibrous fruits and vegetables. Is a banana good for you? Yes. But it's the same sugar in a banana as a Snickers bar, and it has no fiber worth mentioning. So it spikes glucose the same, which spikes insulin the same, which makes you get fat the same. Middle-aged women that think they know it all generally find a maltodextrin protein shake they're drinking, or a protein bar, or a banana. They're sneaking in there, and I get it out, and then they start losing it again. Little bitty things we sabotage ourselves with. The ones that don't have a lot to lose. The bigger you are, the easier it is when you start with the drops. We have, in our clinical study shows that women are going to lose a half a pound, men 3/4 pound a day. But you're going to see some people here that lost 2 pounds a day. I've got a pastor that lost 170 pounds in 6 months. What? We don't.
Can't even have unsweet life thing.
No, yeah, fine. Why don't you share that with them?
Well, I didn't know my mouth was getting dry when I first started this. So I was getting unsweetened lifesavers and I was losing weight, and then all of a sudden it stopped. And so Todd called me one day and he said, well, let's go over what you ate today. Because I told him, I said, my weight loss has just stopped. But he said, what did you, and so I went through my food and he says, well, you've done good. He said, but what's in your mouth? And I said, oh, it's just an unsweetened lifesaver. Well, smart as he is on me, said, go back and look and see if it says unsweetened lifesaver on that list. He said, well, then don't put it in your mouth. I mean, I thought it was unsweetened, it would have been okay, but it
And what happened when you figured it out?
oh, my weight loss started going back down.
So if you don't know this about artificial sweeteners, most of them are neurotoxins. They cause Parkinson. So anybody puts those sweet and lows, nutrified things in your tea and stuff, you'd be better off putting sugar in there. They're terrible for you. But those artificial sweeteners tell the pancreas that you put sugar in the blood. So the insulin release is generally the same with an artificial sweetener. The only one we approve, there's only one, and that is stevia. And you still got to check that box because they're starting to put maltodextrin, which is a synthetic sugar from China, in the box. I got to tell you this one story. It's more of a training than a presentation. Some of you have heard this on the morning IPA because I've interviewed this guy a couple of times, but his name is John. He's in Richmond, Virginia, where Nabisco is located. Nabisco makes your Triscuits, your Oreos, your Wheat Thins, and of course they sell their Triscuits and Wheat Thins as health products, and they're worse than the Oreos when you read the label. But anyway, John told me the day I met him, he told me he worked at Nabisco. They ship 11 million pounds of sugar and maltodextrin in a day to that factory via train. 11 million pounds a day. All right, here's the second thing he told me. He said all of 50% of the people working at Nabisco that have been there more than 10 years walk around with an insulin pump on them. Why? Because they get free food while they're there, and they get it for like 10% of cost to take home. So they live on it. And all the sugars are elevated, they're all type 2 diabetics. I didn't even ask him. He just started sharing the information with me when after the presentation, the first time he saw it. All right, so we're going to go around the room, get a few testimonials in the room. Erin's the one down in Dothan. She's the one that signed up that cardiac group. Here's a neat story. Let me tell it real quick with him.
You tell it.
He dropped 100 pounds and he really had no help. There's a girl named Susan Cox signed him up. He's about 4 hours from her. And he just randomly came walking into a meeting one day, already 75 pounds down. And nobody even told us about him. He just walked in and he's like, yeah, I'm lost 75 pounds. And he wasn't in the business at that time or anything. He was just a weight loss guy. But now he's in the business. And he was a type 2 diabetic too, no longer. I think he said in Dothan he was off all his prescription medications. And then Angie and Larry are here today.
Hello, I'm Angie, and I started the drop on Mother's Day a year ago this past May. I'm now 66. I was 65, got on Medicare, even though anyway, so I had achy joints, I had heartburn, I had osteoarthritis, so Dr. told me, and I was overweight, and I tried to eat and follow, eat well, eat healthy, but I still wasn't losing weight. So heard about the drops, went invited to a meeting. Took me a little while, didn't it, Todd? But anyway, I came on board and I've now lost 49 pounds. I'm gonna get to that. My heart was in the way. I didn't have achy joints, and so typically, I would avoid stairs, so now I can be hopping up the stairs. I have 10 grandkids I can keep up with. Also at my checkup, my blood pressure has increased too, so it went back down into normal limits. And then sleep was like the first thing that, so, because I would wake up, go back to sleep, be achy, but my REM sleep improved. And so it's been life-changing for me.
Yeah, about that same time, I was with my son and I just, I just don't bother looking in the mirror. If you don't look in the mirror, you don't realize what you look like. But I saw this man over here who was clearly overweight. And then my son was over here and I said, I don't look like him, do I? And he went, well, and I looked at myself and it's like, this has really gotten out of control. And so that was about the same time. So we did this together and I was able to lose 35 pounds in 3 months. And that was last summer and been able to keep it off and thanking the Lord for I've had open heart surgery. So I realized what the sugar did. And so it's been just great for me not, having the drops and not being able to want to eat the sugar and being able to stay healthy for all this time.
And then before the big thing, I always give, we cure nothing. But again, what we eat matters greatly. But I just met this young lady, I can't actually remember your first name, but she would just tell me how quickly her blood sugar started changing. You want to share what you just shared with me?
I'm Nancy Froman. I'm from New Albany, Mississippi. And I'm not doing the drops for weight loss. I need to lose weight, and I've been losing it slowly for 3 years. I've lost 30 pounds. And so what I did was, they put me on Ozempic, they put me on Manjaro, and it didn't work, and they were killing me. So I just told my husband, I said, I'm 82 years old. I'm quitting all this diabetic crap. I will just die. I've had a good life. So I said, I watch my diet, I use essential oils, and if I die, I die. So about 3 days later, Janie Hill calls and she carried been to Memphis. They on their way back to Birmingham. We live on the highway in between. And she said, we want to come. We'll be there by 11:30. I said, come to the house. We'll go to lunch. So I was telling her my plight. Janie says, oh, you need the drops. I said, what drops? She said, swim drops. I said, Janie, I do need to lose weight, but no, your blood sugar. In 3 weeks, my A1C came from 7.9 to 7.1. My glucose level came from 204 to 129. I haven't been to the doctor lately to have my A1C checked, but my glucose is running right now around 118. And so, and I have lost 18 pounds, which is good. I want to lose 25 more pounds and hopefully they'll take that off. But I'm going to tell you what. I went to my doctor. I didn't go to my doctor. And my A1C was down to 6 point something. Anyway, he said, he came, oh, the jar's working. I said, no, that crap's on the table. And you can take that. Said, you need to sit on that stool and let me take listen to me, of course, he grew up around the corner to you, so I'm glad him around. So I told him, and he said, well, it must be working for you. He said, I'm gonna give you a prescription. I said, get the prescription. You're not having food. And he said, well, I know you well enough to know you're not. He said, well, I guess whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. I said, I will. Thank you very much. I'll see you in 6 months.
So we're looking at the product, his favorite product is not the drops, it's the knee move. So he'll be our knee move trainer. He's done it for quite some time. And then this is another young lady I just met. I think they're down like 30, 40 pounds, 40 pounds, 40 pounds.
I'm from Atlanta, and I hit the mad stage in my life. That's what I call it, because I was going through menopause. I was going through anxiety with a toxic job. I lost my mother, so D for depression, and then E for empty nesting. So I had all of that, and I was a hot mess. And I tried everything. I went the doctor route, like you. They pump you up with Ozempic and send you on your way with anxiety medicine, and that was not me. And a dear friend of mine, Sandy Means, called and said, you got to get on these drops. She had met Todd in Florida and said, try these drops. And she's such a dear friend that I was like, I'll do anything for you. I'll give you 28 days and give me the drops. And I didn't look back. I didn't hesitate. I didn't worry about the diet. I just started taking these drops, started to feel better instantly, started to watch what I ate, and things just kind of fell into place. And 4 months later, I'm down 40 pounds and I feel great. And I just want to spread the word. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Doctors that dropped 162 pounds. There's the guy that dropped 170 in 6 months. Anybody here ever been to Back Porch in Destin, Florida, the restaurant? All right, so this guy's been the manager there for 30 years. And I met it there. I watched him go to the green shirt, and then he's not really doing the business, although he's in. But he came, we did a little meeting at a church in kind of in Rosemary Beach area a couple weeks back. And he came walking in, and I was like, who are you? Like, he's Mr. GQ now. Yes. On the drop. And then Julie is in the room.
Yes, I am Julie Mobley, and actually 1 year ago here in this very room was the first time I ever heard of PartnerCo. And I really came thinking that I was coming to a networking event because I'm a speaker and I'm also I have a full-time job. And I thought I was coming to a networking event. I had never heard of drops, never heard of PartnerCo, but I was immediately energized by the commitments to the people in the room, to the products, and the stories that everyone shared. But it was the energy in the room. It's just the positivity that drew me in. And the picture that you see, my before picture, you don't really see the head to toe shot, but I was speaking at an event the Tuesday after this meeting on Saturday. And I had a gentleman there that had come to hear me speak. And I said, if you get a chance, take a few pictures so I can put them on my social media. And when I got those pictures, I was mortified. I could not believe I had let myself get so big. I had had an ovary removed the year before, which put me into perimenopause. I started gaining weight. I gained about 15 pounds in a very short time and then gained a little more on top of that. Nothing I had tried in the past that used to work was working anymore. I had done Noom, I had done 21-day fix, I had done several things. Nothing was working, and all my friends said, this is just the life that you're living now. This is just how it is at this age. So after I saw those pictures, I bought a box of drops, and I lost 2.6 pounds the first week. I was super excited. So the next week I had lost 6 pounds, and I was sold. I went ahead and bought a 4-pack, and the first day that I posted, I sold all 4. Had to turn right around and order a 10-pack, and I was ordering a 10-pack a week for quite some time. So I ended up losing 24 pounds in just under 3 months. I feel so much better. But the biggest thing is in December, I have to tell you this. People ask me all the time, will you ever come off the drops, or can you come off the drops? And my response is, that is up to you. If you reach your goal weight, if you've been able to establish some healthy habits and you're able to maintain those, that's perfectly fine, which is what I did in December, same year, before last year. And in about a week, my hot flashes and night sweats came back with a vengeance. So I will not come off the drops.
The doctor in Nebraska, and his daughter, they lost 100 pounds. He sells it in his practice. Exactly what you just heard. Ernest is up in Huntsville, and Jill's in the back of the room.
Oh, she did. I didn't know you were calling. So I have 2 Cody Long Collar sons, which got me on this couple wellness journey and thinking I thought I was doing everything right for my family, but I wasn't. Carol and Shelly invited me to hear about these products. I heard Todd for the first time. I went and did about 2 weeks of research. I started the drops in February, and I went from a 10-12 to a 6, and that was 4.5 months later. So all my night sweats, hot flashes, all menopause symptoms went away. Everything came back. It was awesome. And the Renew, my husband said, never run out of the Renew. The sleep, it's cell generation, just everything about it. So love the drops and love everything about it.
Awesome, Jill. And this again. Yeah, you went to the break.
Okay, I have 2 testimonies that I want to hear. One of this person, this lady, she is actually in my presentation because she just means a lot to me. And Miss Kelly, if you could stand up, please, and tell your testimony.
Are you talking to me? Yeah.
Yeah, Jill.
Oh, I love the picture on up there. Oh, it is up there. Oh, I am Kelly, and my body has been pretty jacked up for most of my life with type 1 diabetes, juvenile onset. And but I hit an all-time not good phase whenever I went through menopause early. And I did not realize how messed up my body was, and I still hate that picture. But it also is a picture to show how desperate I was for change. And my sweet Dina also is touched with type 1 in her life, and she said, I don't know how it will help you, but why don't you give it a try? And so I had the most dramatic response to the drops that just floored me. My insulin use, because I'm pump dependent for life unless God provides a cure, was just instant and dramatic. I have blood pressure issues. It was like the same response my energy. I have, also a lot of joint pain. I think was probably another autoimmune thing creeping in. That completely went away. My weight loss immediately responded. And I've dropped 45 pounds, which was not even, my main goal was just to not feel like trash anymore. And, I have, to God be the glory. I'm off of everything. I was on anxiety meds and blood pressure meds, and my insulin levels are down. My A1C is down. My doctor sees me every 4 months still, but he now is like, well, do you need anything from me? And I said, no, sir, I don't. He doesn't know what to do with me. He's in research at UAB, so he doesn't really, he's not on board, but he's like, don't stop.
Thank you. Stories after stories, and me being in here for 6 years now, I mean, there's a lot of stories out there. But my last one that I want to call on, and then I don't know who else he's gonna call on, I want Mr. Allen to give him the please.
Name's Alan Holloway, and
He has a story. No. He's the not.
always, Alan, yes, dear. My name's Alan Holloway, and my story started well a long time ago, but I'm gonna pick up 5 years ago. Was actually a bodybuilder, ate perfect, and all of a sudden diagnosed with colorectal cancer. A lot of reasons that happened. That was very, very detrimental for me. Men, just recently got me married. Everything was going smooth. And, you know, and that's a stumbling block for sure. But after my surgery, well, before the surgery, I lost over 50 pounds of muscle mass in my tubes. That was a big treasure. Let me know something was wrong. So after the surgeries and everything, going through the process, I couldn't gain the nutrients. Everything was just going through me. And literally starving me. And I was down to 138 pounds. And there's some friends with my wife. We got me introduced to PartnerCo, but more on the product stuff. She was telling a town dog that my circumstance, they've been friends for a long time. And she said, oh, I got something you need to try. And so she gave us with thank Jeff and Crystal there at that meeting. We feel like going. We got started right on the motor. So normally my day would start around 11 a.m. Take me out long there today to kind of get up and get motivated to do it. So she said, take these on the final. And I did. I took 3 and she brought it home that night. The next morning I got up. And really didn't pay any attention of how it felt, but I got up, fixed breakfast, ate breakfast. It went out, started cutting grass. She comes to the door and said, hey, what are you doing? You cutting grass. You realize what? It's 7:30 in the morning. Well, yes, it is. So that was our start with PartnerCo. And that really helped me a lot because I can absorb those nutrients because there's such a good nutrient. Anything else that I tried to feel my body was just kicking out. But the more product, and we're going to talk about that at some point. With such a high quality ingredients in there, in my body just absorbs it. It's starving for it. So moving along, I was gradually losing a little bit on weight. I got up to like 145. You know, that was like a stopping point. And so I wanted that a little bit more to drop for a while. And as they started running some information about it, she said, why don't you try to drop? So I'm like, I don't need to lose weight. And so I decided to try just for kicks, especially the B12. Man, I knew that was something good. And so I started those about 3 months ago. Believe it or not, I'm up 26 pounds. Which made sense. My body had been through a lot of stress. The body is, through stress. And what was really weird, and it all started making sense, because 5 years ago, anything with sugar in it would never touch my lips. That was the big sin. But I was saying, like, I'm just craving sweets constantly. And she was getting on with me all the time, but I want sugar. And that's what it was. My body was needing something to lower that stress level. Visually, it's been amazing. So they're going up. I got to be careful though. Because we're going to mention 2 more products and then close it out. There'll be a lot more testimonials though for those who figure out the training. Financial during the pay plan, and we're going to do some product training after this afternoon. That'll be the first thing we cover is the product training when we break. By request, product training, then pay plan training, then how-to training. That'll be the order. And everybody online knows that. All right, so last 2 products we'll mention here, and we'll do these briefly. We're almost done. This one is called Renew. It is a great correlating product with the drop. It's a great standalone product. If you're above 40-ish years old, it is a product for you, and you're getting ready to understand why. If you don't know what human growth hormone is, or HGH, it is a male and a female's most important hormone because it must be present for all cellular regeneration to occur. And if you don't know this about yourself, your skin rebuilds about every 90 days, and your whole body, minus 1 or 2 things, rebuilds about every 2 years. So if I'm eating good food and I've got good HGH, it rebuilds good. So let me show you this, and I'll show you what that means for you. This is your normal HGH decline as you age. This is your normal. So the normal person, by the time they reach age 65, you're now aging 125 times faster than a 12-year-old is. That's the reason from like 65 to 75, a lot of times we'll see parents or grandparents kind of like falling off the cliff. Because here's the bad news. For most of us, you can speed this decline up greatly. How you can do that is you make sure you eat lots of sugar, have a very sedentary lifestyle, don't sleep good, and never exercise. Like that'll speed it up, I guarantee it. And if you would like to slow it down without taking anything, you do the opposite. The studies that are out show high intensity exercise can actually raise HGH. But we make it in our deep REM sleep, so just good sleep patterns help. No alcohol and no sugar also help tremendously. But when you add this product in, which we have 2 patents on, what it does is through 4 pathways, one of being promoting a deeper sleep, it starts to slow down your decline, and in a lot of cases start to bring it back up. It takes a couple of months. Some people think this works the first night, it doesn't. What happened that first night is, for the first time in a long time, you got a much better deep sleep, and you just woke up refreshed and feeling good. That's what it feels like to sleep good. But it's 2 to 3 to 4 months before we can actually slow down and then reverse backwards. But the superficial things, better hair, better skin, better nails, you're just prettier if you got higher HGH. Your HGH better. And then the non-superficial things on the inside, better body composition, better bone density. A lot of studies showing the correlation with higher HGH levels and less cardiovascular events, less low or slow down cognitive decline. And that's both men and women equally. We're just going to do one testimonial here, and that's Miss Carol. I just like her grandmother's story about getting up and down on the ground when you started.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you.
You know you're live around the world.
And this is thanks to the Renew and the mower. I could hardly bend my leg. I've hurt so bad. I stayed awake at night, couldn't keep the grandchildren, which was the worst. Got on the Renew, got on the mower, got on the drops. The drops are fantastic, but that mower and the Renew, my pain went away, my inflammation went away.
And look what I can do.
Mower and the Renew. But I couldn't do that before. I crawled to the chair before. So I figured, wow, because I keep the grandchildren.
The last product of the morning presentation is mower, which you just heard several people really allude to. is 36 of the world's best superfoods in a little 2-ounce liquid pouch, all cold pressed. I think they sourced from 17 different countries. But besides the 36 superfoods, it's also got 6 medicinal mushrooms in it, to include the lion's mane, which is a huge product now in the athletic performance world for recovery and for anti-inflammatory issues. And then 11 of the superfoods have clinical research showing their ability to reduce inflammation. So one thing it does is it gives our body tremendous cellular nutrition. It has black seed pepper extract in it for help with absorption. So it's a spicy V8 type taste. Way better cold, like make it cold. And know if you're taste sensitive, you're not going to like it. And just remember what my 14-year-old told me one time. He's now in college, but at 14, he said, "Dad, why does everything so good for you taste so bad? And why everything so bad for you taste so good?" Just know it's good for you things. But I've not found one person yet on planet Earth that gets it cold and takes it every day for 7 days and doesn't fall in love with it. It will grow in your body like you start craving it, and you'll actually start liking the taste. So this is, by the way, we don't cure anything, but when you reduce inflammation, it feels a lot better. So things like rheumatoid, fibromyalgia, carpal tunnel, gout, all of those things get tremendous benefit from this. This is a type 2 diabetic ankles here that cleared up in just a couple of weeks on it. We've got thousands of those. Yours are the same thing, didn't it, Kim?
My ankles was swelled up like cantaloupes, and within 3 days, my ankles was gone. Not just swelling, was completely gone. By me taking 2 moments a day.
And then this is Ernest up in Huntsville. He's 73 or 4 now. But he also is a tennis coach. He's retired from the Army, but a tennis coach sprung his ankle, called Kim, and Kim says, "Ernest, you know the regiment, take 3. And we always tell people to take 2 or 3 if you have good information. So Ernest took 3 before he went to bed. And of course, Kim's always big in business. He said, "Take a picture, Ernest." He took a picture, took 3, and then that was the next morning. We just lodged them together. He wouldn't let us use them, but his wife made us let him. The most famous feed on the internet. This is eczema and psoriasis. It's going to dry it up almost 100% of the time. And this is rheumatoid. This Deborah, son AJ was a friend of mine. He's in the coaching world. And he dropped 100 pounds in 6 months and just overheard somebody talking about how much it helped with fibromyalgia and rheumatoid. And he said, "My mom was on a walker. She'd never seen her grandkids play high school football for me. She doesn't ever leave the house. She lives in a trailer in our front yard. She don't want to come to our house." So we zoomed in with her. She agreed, because I tell everybody that's in that situation, you're going to have to take more than one. And you need to buy it in bulk to get the price down. So she agreed to buy a 10-pack, which gets the cost down to about $65 a box. And she agreed to take 3 a day. So I screenshotted that on Zoom. I told AJ, I said, if you can find some swelling on her, because this is a really hard picture to catch on inflammation. I said, find swelling and take a picture of her. She's really going to do this. So he took all kind of pictures, but on the thigh, that swelling came out in 20 days. And then I met her in person about 4 months later in Savannah, Georgia. And she actually, just like Miss Carol did, she ran to the front of the room, jogged up there, and she did air squats in front of everybody. And where it was. And then that year, she never missed a football game with her grandkids. She's been every morning. Okay. So as we conclude, make sure I got this right on the I did. I've got so many different groups that do things so differently. I always have to check I got the right thing for him. Because she does things different than others. But the way this works is you pay $29.95 one time. And when you pay that $29.95, you're a business owner. And then you've got to buy enough product to qualify your business. That initial requirement is what's called 200 points of product. But we want you to come in at top pay or get there rapidly. We're going to see how to get to top pay in 1 second, which is 1,500 points of product. And this is kind of sticking your foot in. You get $4 for drops. If you don't mind posting on social media, we're going to show you how to sell them in about a day or 2. And when you sell 3 of the 4, you'll have all of your money back for all your inventory, like free. Your $29.95 will be refunded. Your shipping and tax and your box is completely free. You have very few people that follow the instructions that don't make that happen. You have no interest in selling on social media, you can just get the trifecta pack of the big 3 products I talked about. It's actually the cheapest way to get your 200 points. It's $2.99.
This is what I'm saying. Right here.
And you can also do a 30-pack, come in at top pay on day 1. And if you move all 30 boxes, you'll actually make plus $2,500 in profits. Kim sells a little cheaper in South Alabama, so for her team, it's about $150, but most sell at $167 around the country. And then, I'll let you tell them about your pack.
I love this pack because number one, you get one of every one of them. that we just talked about. Number two, it comes in with 200 points.
No, this is the 8
Oh, well, let me finish, but if it's just one, if the one, that's for $2.99 is 200 points to get, activated, okay? But then you got the 888 that he's just telling you. Now, the 888 will get you to ultimate. It's just $19.99. But guess what? You have 8 drops, 8 MOA, and 8 renew. I would grab a drop, I would grab a MOA, I would grab a renew, put it in a bag, sell it for $3.50. If they say, and you're getting your money back plus some, that's what I do. Or I tell them they can pay $29.95 and get it for $2.99. But that, I love this 888 pack. I mean, 90% of the people, when I bring them in, that's what they come in with, because they're getting one of every one of them.
I did a meeting with mainly men in Bowling Green, Kentucky, not the Four Lives businessmen. They're all real excited. So I think they signed up 14 people on that pack that night in Bowling Green. If you decide that you want a full 30% discount, be able to bulk buy and get paid to the company every Friday, once you qualify your business initially, the only other requirement every home you live here is to have one customer a month of what we call 100 points of product, which is about $150 per product. It can be you, not required to be you. You just need a customer and you're qualifying least once a month after that. If you decide that you want to do this and make retail money, get all your money back, use the spin drop system, there's an app called Boards. We're going to train on it later. I'm not going to spend much time on it. We're going to upload our system into it. We're going to show you later in the how-to section of how to start posting twice a day. And it's unbelievable what happens. Like I met this girl when I spoke for Julia in Coleman. And what's her name? Holly. And I never met her before. And she sold 100 boxes in like a couple of weeks just posting. And I met this lady in Oklahoma City. And I didn't know who she was. We were standing in the kitchen talking. I said, well, are you from Oklahoma City? She said, oh, no, I drove down from Kansas City. I've been in about a month. I said, well, have you got, are you doing good? Well, I made about 19,000 my first month. And I said, how? And she said, well, I didn't have the money to start, but I did a 3-way call with some girl named Susan Cameron, my friend Barbara. And they told me I didn't start with a 30 pack. So I borrowed my husband's credit card, didn't tell them exactly what I was putting on it. She said, I only had 600 friends on Facebook. I told her I don't write to me yet. I've never posted my whole life. I just follow my grandkids. And Susan said, why not help you? And she said, you just told me your husband got laid off. You need some money. So anyway, she had 19 of the 30 stole before they arrived. And she's a real, she's like Miss Carol, she's an older lady. And she like, everybody on the street, I like them. And I've been that in a good way. Kim Gray would fib a little bit. So they were asking Kim Gray would say, I love him. But this lady said, I was telling all my friends, they were asking how I like him. She said, I don't know. I haven't got a meeting yet. They're fine. Kim would do that.
I don't feel, because I can tell you right now, Noni don't taste good at all.
Okay, we're going to cover the money and all that afterwards. But if you want to, let's see who somebody. Oh, I know who it is. I got the picture of it. So I'm going to let Bobby and Pam come close out this segment. By the way, they are senior officers that have made way more than 100,000 with us in a year.
But it takes a while, doesn't, you just put senior officer, you did, AG, and Jeff, you're officer. So yes, it does take a while, but I tell you what's been so exciting to me is hearing all the testimonies, but what Kathy did with you, Miss Linda Lou, is truly a miracle.
Yes.
And so that testimony alone should really fire all of us up to begin to think about each and every person that is having health issues and to reach out like Kathy did. She gave them to her and said, here, just take them and just go with it. And her precious husband said, here, take this, you have it. And all of a sudden, everything began to change. And God had heard every prayer that you had prayed for your health, just like he's heard every prayer for you, Jill, for your precious sons. And collectively, with the good of what God has created and given us with this company, it's really a miracle. And I know I was just talking with Julie about how frustrated I get when I'm talking to someone about how good the products are, how great the company is, how the integrity of the leadership is there in Utah. Just everything is here at our fingertips and people still walk away. But as Julie was saying, we just have to keep on, keep on, keep on, because eventually someone will say yes. So at some point, that moment is gonna happen, like with Miss Linda Lou, when she was having worse pain. And her husband said, well, here it is. You ain't got anything to lose but this, because Kathy had, she sat in Kathy's chair. Kathy had told her over and over, I know Kathy's heart to help people. So there's no telling how many times she talked to Miss Linda Lou about, will you just try it? Will you just try it? Because of what's happened with Kathy's precious husband, Alan. His life has been completely transformed. He was literally, you didn't see him then, but we did, y'all did. He literally looked like he didn't have long to live. And we were all, we said that, the four of us said it, and we wept about it because we could see his heart. He had finally found a wife. She had finally found a husband to treat one another the right way, just like we finally found one another. And it was like, Lord, are you going to take Alan? We had no idea it would do a transformation like this.
We prayed it would.
It is a miracle. It's a miracle for you. Things are, miracles have happened. You've heard Kim stories. There's miracles in this room. And, you know, this picture last year in Orlando, when Patty said the year before, where's Patty? Oh, Patty said, let's go to Utah. Let's go to Orlando and let's go find out about the integrity of this company. I was like, Patty, I can't go out there. I'm too busy to go. You go. Patty gets out there. She meets all these people. She from Utah to Orlando, and she's like, Pam, this is the real deal. Everybody is solid from the ground up, and it's just, it's amazing. So we all do have exactly what it takes to get to the next level, whether it's help people be healthy or help with prosperity in people's families. And so I'm just so thankful of what the Lord has done and what PartnerCo has done, and how people like Todd and Kim, who were in that in with the MOA and the drops in that corporation, and then the company buying and putting everything under an umbrella to give us the best of the best of the best, and to treat Todd and the people that were at these companies that they bought, to continue to treat them and pay them and give them the security that they were already at, instead of jerking the rug out from underneath them. And so that impressed me about the integrity of the company and how much they respect Todd. I've been around them, and they show so much respect to Todd and so much appreciation for how he's traveling around and trying to help everybody build this too. So anyway, what did you want to share? We need to talk so long. I guess.
That's what happens when you give a preacher a mic. That's the way it goes. But thank you guys for stalking us for a couple of years, talking us into being a part of this company. What a great opportunity to be a part of it. And just to share a little bit about my testimony, we first started in this company several years ago, and I started taking a few of these products, and I went, you know what, this is kind of like snake oil. This stuff doesn't work. Of course, I wasn't taking it the way you're supposed to take it. And finally, there we decided to actually start taking it the way it describes and subscribes. And I can tell you, I've been in a car wreck many years ago, have traumatic arthritis. I've got 19 screws and 2 plates in my leg. I've got a fused right ankle. And when I was in the Army, that ended my running days in the Army. I couldn't run anymore after that car wreck. And after taking the optimals and taking the MOA, yesterday I was out on the property. I cut about 20 trees, cut all those things up, and I looked at my phone and said I had 26,000 steps yesterday. And I'm still walking today. So I couldn't do that before. And Pam had told me when we first got married, she said, because I was limping one day, she said, honey, does your ankle hurting? And I said, it hurts all the time. But now it doesn't hurt all the time. Now I take the optimals and take the MOA. And so what a great thing that God has done in introducing to you guys. introducing us to this company and great opportunity to bring in family, because truly, this is a family business, right? So if it's okay, I'd like to pray,
Yes.
or wherever you want.
We'll go to break.
Okay, God, we thank you for today. Lord, I thank you for this company that you gave us. Lord, the products that you created thousands of years ago. Lord, that we're bringing those together then and introducing them to people. Lord, and I thank you for what you're doing with these products. Lord, this is a testimony about you, your goodness, your blessing. And I thank you, Lord, that we see people getting their life back. And Lord, I thank you for the great testimonies and the beauty of what's going on here. And I thank you, Lord, that you're going to continue to bless and bless everyone's here, grow their business, Lord, that we would stand up and talk about the goodness of God and what you've done. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right. We'll start with product planning in 15 minutes. Followed by page plan planning. 20 minutes.
Oh, I quickly quit this class here. Oh my God. I'm not going in the box. I hear, you know, smart. I'm and then all of a sudden, I didn't even think about it. Right, all of a sudden, I look down the shaft. Tries to keep, and even my hair. Excuse me. So I. I have a little sense of. You got girls, someone else would know that. Yeah, but you, we don't wanna. I just all of a sudden, I had blue. And now I just love it. I don't rush. I switched my hair. Yes, this is all. Because you brush it, it really messes it.
I went and did a meeting with my son.
Yeah. I'm right. How long have you been taking the class? I would just say, keep doing it, if your body's sleep, I think, until they get. Now, it. Yes, yes. Well, she would say. Yes, that's what. Yes. Tennessee. Yeah, if he's wanting it over there, if he's very good, I would get it. I know it's sad, I don't know why, but if it takes. Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right. We need to do something. I think it's next to some. See, I'll touch it over to you.
What's up?
Yes. Okay. Right. Okay, so. No, he wasn't anything. You guys need to go back. Yeah. I think did I say? No idea who it was. Ferris. I didn't know who he was. Yeah. I didn't know. Yes.
This, I got to say, but I tried to get a couple here. There was something to cover. Yeah, that's the man. It's American. Go to. Say yes. But I can tell you this. Behind it, come through. James. Negative. I'm fine. Everybody. I have to have a credit card. I so can I already did. So I told I got and you can say on the back side. Okay, I mean, it's just not just stay books here. Two for her. Yeah. Yeah. So they have to have. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and if they don't want to sign up, they don't, they can just tell them the funds. And okay. Just I'm gonna say. Yes. Listen, you can do this. You have to be considered and specific. I didn't think I could do this either. But guess what? I'm doing it. I'm proving to us. It also, I'm proving to everybody else I can do it. The toes, toes, toes. If somebody's looking at it or not, trust me, they want to choose it. Please, you owe this to yourself and your family. Because I did not want to be there. I did not want to be doing anything else. I am an overcomer, and you an overcomer too. So please, and this is my number is 3397. Anytime. Trader, thank you and hope to see you soon. Bye bye. Yes, also. So.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm on, he's in, it's on my side. They got to go at me. There's Susan. Yeah. Art is up there. Yeah, the key. Let's go. She's singing there.
So I said, I'm all the product.
What region, gentlemen?
So you give it out to the fish.
Don't even. Okay, when they lose this testimonial.
What all was inspired. Did it. It's like. Right here.
And we're not gonna have this run us.
Wait a minute, we can hear. Hey, everybody, we can hear.
Anybody knows how to turn that volume up back
It's
there?
right
Over there.
Over there.
Okay, great.
My name's Bernie Merle. I had to certain last year. I have lupus. I've been disabled. I have a lot going on in life. And Jamie, Tina Flowers had been talking to me for a while when Jamie was coming down to our area. I was in Orlando for my daughter's surgery. I'm like, I can't. She's like, when's she coming up? I was coming up the next week for doctor. And he's like, you have to come by. She's like, I got a share facility. I'm like, well, her schedule, my schedule. I was like, no, I'll get you next time. She's like, no, you're coming to my office. So I went to her office and she's like, here, you've got to try these. So I tried the drop. I had blood tests. My A1C was up, my calcium, my, what was the other blood test? What is really low? My B12 was really low. So I had blood tests, so I had taken them 1 month later, I went back. I had lost 25 pounds. My calcium is through the roof. I called her, I'm like, I've got to stop taking these, my calcium's way high. She's like, no, Brandy. She's like, still take them. My B12 was sky high. She's like, no, they're the healthy ones. I'm like, you sure? I actually come back up next month for all my blood tests, but all my blood tests are now in range. The doctor said perfect. I'm off all lupus medications. I only have my urine shots. That's what I hated. I started Spark shopping for people that say 40 to 50 pounds or an apartment. I'm like, oh no, I can't do this. I was taking my kids with me to help me carry the water up the stairs, or if I had to deliver stairs. So now I run around Walmart all day long, every day, shopping for people, delivering, take bags and bags up. I had no pain, and I realized I needed. I also started Nova a few weeks after that. And I went to Orlando and forgot for one trip. I come back, I was in so much pain and I took it. And I'm like, Jamie, I can't do without these. So I am working, I'm sharing. I have a lot of people back home out of state. I don't have anybody locally that I know. But people that made fun of me in high school have reached out, and I'm still like 5 miles to people. Because what I am today, I was not this way since I've been 13 years old. And thanks to JD and Tina and, you know, Carrie, you know, he's been wonderful. He always asks, I have doctors at the doctor's office asking me why my face glows. And I didn't see the difference until they took pictures and stuff. But I want to thank, you know, Tina for keeping persistent on me and everybody helping. Thank you.
I'm an NCC fan. All right. Even the NCC wins, but I'm an Opus fan at heart. This thought it was so funny when the wife of a really rigid Alabama fan came up to him right to talk to me and said, "Are you telling the truth?" But here's the truth he was telling me. Great answer right to y'all.
Who?
Harry.
Harry.
Yeah, Harry. So what Harry was telling me, what Carrie was telling me, right there. What Carrie was telling me is that after about 40 days on the drops, she did not think it was working for him. He's a type 2 diabetic, elevated blood sugar. And a lot of times women with low thyroid also are very slow movers. So I always tell everybody's body's not the same. If you're a woman suffering from anxiety and depression and mood issues, you sometimes think it's heaven's manna on day 2 because of the B12 and the ashwagandha thing. But if you just have a low thyroid and you're stagnant on weight loss and you got some other issues going on, it may take months. But anyway, he was 40 days in with 0 result. He doesn't know who he talked to, but I think he called the corporate office. And they told him for some people it takes up to 6 months. So he continued with them. And today his blood sugar is 106. Yeah, the 106 from around the 180 range. And his doctor told him he probably needed to gain some weight back. He said, the first place you ever told that to. His weight was too low, wanted to gain a little bit back, blood sugar, yep. So that was really good because, you know, this is not America. Like, I always tell people, we didn't get wherever we are in the day, some of us may not get back to where we want to be in a day. Something like Kelly, who has type 1 diabetes, type 2, I'm telling you, if you'll go 100% on this approved food list and put the drops in your mouth, if you're bigger, put them in 4 times a day, hold them for like a minute each time. If you're type 2 diabetic, not a medical claim, but like I see blood sugars go from plus 200 to under 105 in a week. Awesome. Type 1 diabetics are very different, like Kelly. Like their pancreas is dead. We're never going to make them well. She can never go without insulin. She doesn't make it anymore. What you heard Kelly say was that she needs way less now. We manage her lifestyle better than before. And probably for her, if she had been, are you eating a free food list? You know, as a type 1 diabetic, what you eat really matters. So being on this food list is probably helping as much as the drops are. Okay. We're going to product train real quick. If you have, I'm going to do 1 testimonial per product. So if you have one in the room, I'll just ask them to raise your hand. We'll get it. But we're going to begin with Elite. This actually came from a company, and that company only had 2 products and was doing about 40 million a year. This was their second of the 2 products. But it's got about 10 different adaptive herbs in it. You'll see them all up there. But what I'm just going to give you the result of what this does. Number 1, it makes water taste really good. And most of us don't drink enough of it. The number 1 thing you can do for your body outside of getting 6 to 8 hours sleep a night and about 40 minutes of movement 4 or 5 times a week is you've got to give it water. Water, everybody always asks, can I just have, you name, you fill in the blank. I would say, yeah, as long as your mom will wash their white t-shirts in that, you can have it. So water. If you don't like the taste of water, squeeze lemons in there. I still think you should do some water without a leak, but at least there's no negative stuff in it. I'm okay with unsweetened green tea or unsweetened regular tea, but you can't put anything in it. Like, gotta be unsweetened. You squeeze a whole lemon in there. Lemons are very detoxifying. They're also very alkalizing for your extracellular fluids. You can't have too much lemon either. But this product, the main result from it is less stress and anxiety. You can't compare the stress factor, but people that are under a lot of stress, it's unbelievable. We have a lot of testimonies, but there's 1 testimony from a lady named Benita in Sonia Infinger's business that Kim or Sonia, either one, I don't care what you want to share it. Sonia,
I'll be
happy
happy.
to share from there.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, Benita has been in the business for about 6 years now, and she started out taking the Elite. She gives a phenomenal testimony. She couldn't make it today. But she indicated that after she started taking the Elite, after 32 years of being on antidepressants, she no longer takes the antidepressant every day. And it's such a massive change in her lifestyle for that reason. And so we share that in all of our meetings, and you're welcome to do the same. And she'll be happy to do a testimony for you. As a mother of a 17-year-old, I've been in this for 7 years, and I can tell you, it makes a huge difference in my life as well. So all across the board. So that's what I'm saying.
And I'll name this on, this will be true about, basically you can take as much of any product you want of ours, minus the mineral product of Optimal. You know, we go from minerals, so they're not water soluble. So only take what's on the direction there. And you also don't need to take more of the Magnecal D for most people than it says. Again, minerals are in there. So you don't want too much calcium in your body. But the rest of it, superfoods. So you're just going to pee it out. So there is double limit the amount of the weed. I have you do 6, 7, 8 weeks a day. Go ahead.
Can you put it in coffee?
You can put this in anything you want to. But I don't know that it tastes good in coffee. Unless you like it that way, but it's kind of a sweeter taste. But I will tell you, if you're not a water drinker because you don't like, you need flavor, that's what I'll do when I want flavor, like with a meal or something. I'll just put either, a lot of times I'll put 2 in there because it just makes it like flavor drink. No, so the question, we'll just get right to it. What's the one I got here?
I'm done.
Okay, we'll just skip this part. One of the biggest showstoppers on planet Earth for women trying to lose weight is putting the wrong thing in your coffee. All right, so if you're a Starbucks or your favorite coffee place you drive through, just do like a latte would be like espressos. I'll drop at Starbucks and get a latte, which is like 2 or 3 espressos, and then either almond milk or oat milk. But no flavoring. You just can't just say no flavor. Just oat, but like a latte means they're gonna put a whole lot of that oat milk or almond milk in there. That's the way I make them at home. I don't even recommend one. There's people bringing stuff. I had a lady bring me not that long ago, this oat milk creamer. And she said, it's so good. I tried it. I was like, it is really good. The front of that thing said, organic, non-dairy, no added sugar, non-fat. But when I drank it, I was like, okay, I need you to send me a picture of the back because there is something not right. It tastes too good. So when I got the picture of the label, there was 3 grams of sugar and 4 simple carbs, so 7 grams of sugar. Not a huge deal, except that that's per teaspoon. And the amount that was going in the coffee was about 5 teaspoons. So 5 times 7 was 35 grams of sugar, which was spiking insulin. And there's no chance for a hard loser woman to lose weight if they spike blood sugar that much in the morning time on an empty stomach. Liquid sugar is the detriment of weight loss of any kind. Same as the life. So the answer is almond milk, coconut milk, 30 calorie or less. For those real nutrition gurus, yes, there's some negative stuff on almond milk out there. Go to Amazon and buy you an almond cow, make your own. $99, they're really easy to make. We do that in our house. Really good. You know, like the most of the nature you get, the better you are. So, but I will tell you that for a long time, the keto diets have what they call a fat bomb, where they put either butter, ghee, or coconut oil in the coffee. Does add flavor, especially when you get used to it. I'm a big believer in healthy fat. Your body needs them desperately. It's opposite of what the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry has been telling you for 30 years. Do not, like when you see low fat, that's the worst thing you could ever see. You want the healthy fats, green olives, macadamia nuts, avocados, Google it, healthy fats. So you can do that in your coffee. Almond milk, coconut milk, oat milk. By the way, I've ordered macadamia milk from Amazon. It's hard to find in the grocery store macadamia milk. I find. Why I order macadamia milk? Number 1, it tastes good. Number 2, macadamia nuts are the healthiest nut there is because they're very healthy fat. So that's my favorite one. But this is the magic for those that like the flavor. This is what's called our power boost. All it is 3 of the big branched chain amino acids that are really good for lean muscle mass, either gaining it or retaining it. But it is one of the best tasting chocolates on planet Earth without sugar, like a dark chocolate taste. So if you put like coconut oil, a little bit of almond milk, and put a scoop of this in there, you'll think it's a caramel macchiato from Starbucks. You will not know what you're drinking. And it's completely healthy, and you're maintaining lean muscle mass, and you're not spiking blood sugar. Anybody else got a tip? You can share it. Yes.
Yeah, so I make my shake with this. I put the elite, this, and I do the giving greens, and I make that as a shake with almond milk, and it's fantastic.
So the shake itself is called Pure Nourish. The Power Boost is an add-on to the shake. And it gives you a few more of that branched chain amino acids. Bodybuilders are all too familiar with the BCAA, branched chain amino acids. Very important for lean muscle mass. But our shake, most bodybuilders would frown on it because it is a plant-based pea protein shake, only 18 grams of protein. But it's not designed as a protein shake. It's designed as a meal replacement. So it's fortified with probiotics, healthy enzymes, pre and post probiotics. It's also got vitamins and minerals all in there. So it's a really very healthy, very clean. If you're a woman that bloats on normal shakes, this one will not bloat you at all. It's really good. It's vanilla, so you can put the chocolate power boost in there and turn it to chocolate. Do whatever you want to. It mixes with anything you want to mix it with. Like, if you'll notice our list, there's no dairy on there. Dairy is really bad for adults. Like if you must have dairy, go to your farmer's market and get the all natural dairy. These people drink it in the old days, but it's just hard to find a dairy cow anymore without my catabolic center. But there is funny you said rectal cancer. You may know what I'm about to tell you, but I had a friend, also a bodybuilder named Steve Lewis, and I had this argument with him 5 years ago, because he's my age. When he does casein protein every night before he goes to bed. You know, he looked up and chiseled brick house. But I was like, Steve, this is what I just read. So I'm going to tell you what I read. So it's a book called The China Study. It's 550 pages. It was written by the top longevity doctor during that time in the United States. The book, what was written in it started in the late 70s when this guy was called at that time by the Prime Minister of China and told that the Chinese were escalating in cancer diagnosis And if he would come to China over there, because it's a dictatorship, he could do a human study. Over here, you can't do that. So this guy moved to China. For the next 20 years, he did a human study to figure out why all of these cardiovascular and cancer diagnoses were escalating in that country. And he discovered it was in the affluent population that it was escalating, not in the rural people that were still living on farmland. Because most people in the rural areas of China could not afford the meats, the wines, that kind of stuff. But here's what he said in that book, if you read it. Number one, glucose feeds cancer. So once you have cancer, you want to cut the food supply off. Most people in the know that. But here's what a lot of people don't know. You know what he found is the number one contributor to cancer cell splitting? Casein protein. That's, if you know what casein protein is, milk protein. So Steve Lewis, my friend, I told him this 5 years ago after I read the book. I said, dude, you got to quit drinking so much casein protein. You're getting older now. And there's a huge risk factor putting all that in your body every night, according to this guy. And he like argued with me. He said, Todd, I got to have it. That's the slow digesting. I mean, there's reasons they do the casein. And so I said, okay, I don't know. 3 years later, he got diagnosed with rectal cancer. Just now it's finishing up beating himself. I don't know if that's a correlation with you or not, but it's definitely in the book. Did you do a lot of casein protein? Yes. So whey and casein are the two that generally are done. So anyway, that's off subject. But if you run into bodybuilding stuff, so like Kristen White, one of our scientific advisors, number one girl in Tennessee, she was casein and whey. Her whole gym now only sells for pea protein. Not saying that that's not important for other reasons. I'm not going there at all. I don't even like to even argue about it. I just like do what you want. But that's the science. Okay, so that's the Pure Nourish, that's the Power Boost. Next product is RestoreX. This is the number one detox product, in my opinion, that exists on planet Earth outside of somewhere you get clinically admitted. Only thing any better is fasting. Fasting is biblical and scientific. There is nothing better for your human body on planet Earth than not eating. So if you want to get healthy, don't eat for a period of time. 3-day fast, 5-day fast. It takes about 2 days to create what's called autophagy, where you start eating up all your bad cells, cancer cells, things like that. A lot of people do 7-day fast. I mean, a lot of the people in the Bible, to include Jesus, did a 40-day fast. I know people out here that have done it. I've tried it. I've never made it. I haven't even made it 21 days yet. But I've done several 5 to 7-day fasts. And you're going to feel just unbelievable once you get past that 3rd day. Really good to reset your body. Everybody should do one a year. And then the intermittent fasting is great and good, all that kind of stuff. But we still need to do a detox periodically. So this product has in it all the things that people that like to detox are aware of. Things like spirulina, activated charcoal, chlorea, all is in there. But we have a patented product in there called zeolite. Zeolite's not patented. You can get it from a lot of areas. But ours comes from the country of Austria, where that volcanic ash there has a little more pull on it, on the magnetic charge, getting all the heavy metals and different things out of your body. So it is a huge plateau buster on the weight loss journey. So when anybody plateaus, it's one of my very first recommendations to do a month of this. If anybody's coming out of radiation, chemo, they've been on a bunch of pharmaceutical drugs for a long time, everybody should do that, have any of that world going on and get that stuff pulled out of the body. But the only safe place for a toxin to store in the body is a fat cell. So when I start burning fat for energy, these toxins have to be dealt with. And if you don't know this, when you burn that fat cell, that toxin releases the bloodstream, going to immediately get picked up with the liver. And if the liver is the first thing it's going to do is put it on itself. It's called fatty liver. So the leading cause of fatty liver in the country is not alcoholism anymore, it's sugar. But we can actually increase fatty liver in the weight loss phase if we're not drinking enough water and getting the decent toxins out of our bodies. Of the utmost importance, you're drinking half your body weight in ounces of water. And I highly recommend this. And my testimony here is going to be Jerry Wyndham. Jerry has a disease called hematosis that elevates his blood iron. And Jerry, would you mind sharing your dad's story too?
Sure will. Thank you for that. But yeah, so hemochromatosis, which pretty much means my body stores excess iron, kind of a hereditary thing from northern England or whatever. Necessary back in the day, but it's not necessary now. So when I saw that product, I was like, man, yeah, I need this because I have to go 4 times a year and get a unit of blood drained out of my body. That's how I manage it. Diagnosed in 97, it was 142 units. So I don't like that deal. I'm tired of the so I ordered that product and I was so excited about coming in. But the funny thing is, the day before it got there, I got this notice in the mail that my insurance had expired, my life insurance, and I went to month, 2,500 a month, you know, I'm not paying that, so. I called my guy, and said, well, you gotta put tobacco, you gotta put all the, like, you know, that's hard to do. Okay, so we'll give it a whirl. Well, the next day that came in, and I was taking it to reduce height. That was my main function. And I did a great job at that. As long as I take that product, I don't have to give up. And I just thought that was amazing. But what I didn't know, he told me to quit tobacco, and I tried. I've been doing it since I was 14. You know, I might go a week, somebody out a few times, so, you know, but I did that right there. And 2 days later, my wife says, yeah, you're not ill. You're not mean. You're not all that stuff, you know? And she said, are you back to dipping? No, I hadn't thought that. Actually, literally, because of that stuff, it strips the canteens out of your body. And that's what addiction part is. And you don't want it anymore. It literally took the desire away. I was the whole time about, oh yeah, I meant to tell you that happened sometime over, because I did not intend to quit smoking. I want to not only bring my iron and all that's back to normal now, and I put it all around. That one bottle has saved me $13,668 in water. I went to preferred non-tobacco rates.
We're not gonna talk about it, we've already done it, but here you also had suffered with gout, and Mo really helps you with that.
I only took it because my wife was throwing me back. I didn't think I needed it. I didn't have, you know, other than the gout. And I didn't even know it would help that. But yeah, I was taking that, and then I was at the medicine cabinet, and I'm thinking, wow, I haven't took that gout medicine in 6 months. And as long as I take one a day, it's all it takes. Now, my wife takes 2 a day, because her hands are good. As long as I take one, I don't need it.
Then the probiotic, in my opinion, go ahead.
Storage. White says, don't stir it, give them a little spin.
Right. Yeah, so remember, it is this activated zeolite is going to pull metal. So really the best way to do it is in like a hard plastic shaker bottle, or a hard, don't do a soft plastic, because at least the plastic is hard, or mason jar with a frother. But yeah, stay away from the metal spoons, and you don't want to put it in something metal, and for that flimsy plastic where you pull that stuff out. And you also don't need to do it 2 hours around meditation. Okay. There's a gentleman, doctor. He's one of the top gastroenterologists in Mexico. He has offices in Mexico City and on the West Coast, Dr. Alberto Pena. He will be in Dallas speaking in person if you're coming. But Dr. Pena in Dallas a few years back launched this product with us. And what it is really simple. He developed this probiotic in his gastroenterologist practice down there, and was seeing in his own practice what he deals with all the time. Things like Crohn's, colitis, ulcerative colitis, proctitis, diverticulitis, all those different things. He was seeing great improvements, and in some cases, complete remission when he got this probiotic. He had like 17 different ones. I think it's lactase bacillus is the main one for some of that ulcerative colitis, Crohn's type things. That's the one they always really push. So anyway, when he launched it with us, we've had the same anecdotal stories out here. It's been really, really beneficial. It's also gut health that's where our immune system lies. So we need to take tremendous care of our gut health. Just know sugar and alcohol feed your bag gut bacteria. So cut the supply off, let the bag bacteria start to die with the drops, and then start feeding it the good bacteria. And it's also really big in the weight loss journey. But Kim's our testimonial for the probiotic.
With my disability, having muscular dystrophy, my organs started shutting down, and my organs was 99% paralyzed. I went to UAB, to a gastro doctor. They did tests on me to prove that they, not just them telling me, but they proved that my organs was not functioning. And so I was not able to go to the bathroom for 28 days at this particular time. And so they sent me by ambulance from Evergreen to Birmingham, and here where we're at, Birmingham. And so whenever we come here at the Kirkland Clinic, the doctor told my husband they were going to have to do a colostomy bag. There was just no way that my organs was going to function because of my muscular dystrophy. It affects my muscles. And so Eric, my husband, said, could we put her on some kind of medicine first? Let's try the medicine to see if that would help. They said they could put me on some medicine, but it's not gonna work. And so at that particular time, they put me on a medicine called Nest. You've probably seen it advertised on television because they advertise it. And it was the strongest one that I could be on, which was 240 milligram a day. And it made me sick. It made me very, very sick. It would contract my muscles just for me to go to the bathroom. And so at that particular time, I was struggling with that. I was sick all the time. Couldn't go to the bathroom. Well, Dr. Kenya, we launched this, and some of the other doctors in our organization contacted him and told him about my problem. The moment that they told him that I was on 240 milligrams of Linsness, he immediately knew that I had problems in my gut. And he called me, they put me on the phone with him, and he asked me, he says, Kim, if I send you a case of the probiotic and you promise me you'll take 2 a day for the first month, and then after then take 1 a day for the rest of your life, if it helps you, and he said, I know it will help you, would you do it? Why not? I've tried everything else. I said, sure. Again, I didn't think this was gonna work, just like them drops. I didn't think it was gonna work. But within a week, I still to this day, I can't say that I go like good. I do better for myself. I don't go like it normal. So if I can go 1 or 2 times a week, that's what I do. And I was going 28 days. So this probiotic and those skinny drops is my best friend.
My GI doc, that's a good probiotic. He said, take
Our GI doctor recommended it, told her it was a really good one. And there's 2 things about it. I'm not a probiotic expert, but if you are, number one, the amount of different strains is far greater in this probiotic than it is in most. But secondly, is what's called the guaranteed CFU, as they call it. And it's the guarantee of the strength of it. Most of them will say something, but if you read the fine print, it's not guaranteed if that strain is guaranteed. Our guaranteed CFU is much higher than anything that would sell at Whole Foods or a place like that.
Am I correct that this one does not have to be refrigerated?
It does not have to be refrigerated, but probiotics don't like the light because it comes in a thing. So that's the one thing you don't want to do is leave that cap off and let light stay on it. As long as it's in dark, it's not be refrigerated. Don't want it to get hot either though, just room temperature or less.
GI doc did recommend I take it at night. He said, take it just before you go to bed, so your stomach is at rest.
I get asked that a lot, and I don't even really know that answer. So her GI doctor says take it at night before you go to bed. That's when I take mine, but I didn't really have a reason.
Dr. Roberts says the same.
Dr. Roberts says the same thing. So Dr. Roberts is in Sonia's business, and he sells a ton of probiotic out of his practice out there, a ton. All right, I'm not going to train on redo again. Anybody? Another question on it? MOA. All right, the next one is, I'm not going to train on kids out of me, because that's going away. All right, Denali is one of our 6 products in the physician desk preference. It's really simple. It's grapeseed extract and vitamin C, and it's got some mushrooms in it too. But the grapeseed extract, vitamin C, really good for hair, skin, and nails. It's the number 2 reseller in Europe and China. They sell it as the beauty pill. Really helps to draw the skin up and the weight loss. Somebody's losing massive amounts of weight. Really good for anything pulmonary, asthma, colds, all those kinds of things. And we got a lot of crazy stories on those. With people coming off inhalers that have been on for life and all kind of stuff. But the grapeseed extract that we use, you can find this video out there on YouTube. But it comes from vineyards in Italy that test for over 600 pesticides and are well documented, have some of the best antioxidants on planet Earth in their grapes over there. So really good stuff there. That is one that when people stop making that one, especially women, I love it. I can tell a big difference on that. A lot of these products, Dr. Strand recommends what's called a clinical dose. A clinical dose basically means triple the recommended daily value. This is one he recommends that a lot with people that have pulmonary issues, asthma, allergies, things like that, which is up to 6 a day.
COVID.
Anybody got a Denali testimony they want to share?
I don't, but I have a question.
Okay.
Morning, night, whenever.
Doesn't matter. 5 minutes, yeah, doesn't matter. If you're doing 6 a day, I wouldn't do them all at the same time. I'd spread it out right now.
I like it, and Dr. Strands, well, he said rapeseed extract is one of the two that will go through the brain barrier. And, I see
You
that.
know, the other one he recommends for Parkinson's is CoQ10, or you want that? Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
cover that in just a minute.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we are launching a new collagen product in Dallas that will probably replace this one. This one is fabulous, it's just too expensive. But I mean, it tastes really good too. So if you want it, in the meantime, it's a really good tasting Noni / collagen product. But our new collagen is not only going to be in it, it's going to have a lot of collagen in it. I think maybe 20 grams of collagen, but it's also going to have some things in there that can help the body make more collagen. It's going to be a really, really, really great product. And I got to try it this past weekend. I was not in Columbus when some of those people got to sign an NDA and get it, but Travis, Spoke, and Cindy were, and I did a meeting at their house Sunday, so I got me some. And it was really actually quite tasty. It was very good. But you can put it in a shake, whatever, if you don't like the taste. But collagen, if you're not familiar, is really, really good for connective tissues, like you've ever had the meniscus or things like that. Really, really good. And then massive in the beauty world. Hair, skin, nails are just all fed on collagen. Our vitamin and mineral is in the physician descriptions. It is perfectly formulated together. If you've never actually read the directions, they're hard to find. But the directions in our vitamin and mineral is 3 vitamins and 2 minerals in the morning and again at night. One of my very favorite doctors, she's kind of inactive right now, but I won't mention her name, but she would not even put a woman on the skinny drops without the vitamin and mineral being a part of it. And the simple way she would say it is without proper cellular nutrition, you're never not going to be hungry. And the body needs a foundational product to fill that in with. And I'll give you the example I would hear her say. She would say, your cells will scream out through the subconscious, I need D3, I need K2, I need B6, whatever it's wanting. And the subconscious flips over, and in the conscious, we just say, I'm hungry. And in 2025, we pull right into McDonald's or the gas station or wherever, grab the bag of chips out of the thing, and we fill our tummies right up, and we're not hungry anymore. But we never got what we wanted. So the second it digests, we've done 2 things. We've spiked insulin, which is full of sugar, generally below baseline. That's making you starve, and your cells still need to be fed. So it's like this constant hunger all the time. It's not every 2 hours you eat. So really good foundational product. I highly, highly recommend it. Maybe one of the first add-ons, yes.
Can I say one thing about that? So Dr. Strand asked me, because I was a stage 3 cancer person. He asked me in February in Destin, are you on the optimals? And I said, well, believe it or not, I just started on them in January. And he said, how long did it take for you to feel them? And I said, well, I know exactly when it was. It was 3 weeks. I said, I woke up that morning and I was like, what in the world? And I said, it was like just a really deep punch in my body. And he said, because you went through chemo and radiation and all that, he said, I want to tell you something that if it hasn't already happened, it's coming. And I said, okay, what's that? And he said, osteoporosis. And I said, well, I saw a doctor in January and she said that. And he said, well, it's for 2 to 3 reasons. One, because you had cancer. And taking those products, you're trying to get rid of one thing and it attacks something else. It's attacked the bones and the calcium level and all that. He said, so are you taking Magna Cal Day? I said, I am. I'm taking 4 a day. He said, this is one of those where you mentioned earlier, fill up things. He said, because of osteoporosis, he said, for thousands of my patients, I've told them this, you've got to up on the Magna Cal Day. You got to go to 6 a day. And he said, and this optimal, as Todd's talking about, he asked me, he said, did you ever take any other vitamins? I said, yeah, I bought them at like Costco, Walgreens, wherever. And he said, did you ever feel it? I said, never felt the response from it. And he was like, okay, well, the reason is because of the way these are manufactured and the ingredients. And so for all of us, if you can't get someone to try the MOA because they might not like the pepper or they, want to do research on the Noni, this absolutely is a standoff and you will feel it. Just like what you said, it was the 3rd week for me. And
I knew from my husband, he was taking them regularly, and I noticed he had quit complaining about, he used to get up every day, it didn't matter, for 5 years, he's like, I'm tired. I said, you just got up. I'm tired. You just got up. And I would say it, did you not sleep? Yeah, I slept, but I'm still tired. But once he got on this, that was really one of the things that helped me see how he had so much more energy and focus and everything. So this is the greatest. This is the greatest. This is so great. Now I hate that I didn't start on them in the beginning, because I love them,
What's the difference in M and B?
M is the mineral, like iron, copper, things like that. Vitamins, the great one is vitamins.
So take them together.
3 vitamins, 2 minerals in the morning, 3 vitamins, 2 minerals in the evening. If you feel pretty healthy, there are definitely days I only get that in 1 time a day. So if that's the case, a set is like 2 months. And you're going to hear about a couple of products in a minute, the Omega Q and the CoQ10. But we have a lot of packs put together, like the hard pack, and so you can buy this stuff in combination for 100 points and get a major discount. So make sure you look at that when you're looking at things.
What would cause a nurse because I have a client that's taking them, but she said they upset her stomach.
I would say that these upset people's stomach at a way less factor than a normal one would. But generally that person just really sensitive. They just need to take it with food, not on the stomach. I would suggest always taking a vitamin with food, period, because it'll digest better with the food in there too. But if they're taking it with food and it's upsetting, and I don't know, it could be, sometimes people are allergic. I don't know, but if it's don't eat your stomach, it can happen. Okay. Noni is the #1 selling superfood ever on planet Earth. Our particular Noni comes from the French Polynesian Islands and their volcanic ash where these Noni trees grow is just well documented that what's in the Noni there is just a little bit more potent. I like to talk about because I've now watched the manufacturing plants there, interviewed a lot of people that live in Tahiti and Marae and Bora Bora where they live on it. It's actually a very, very, very bitter fruit when you pick it off the tree. It grows 365 days a year. It's been their medical go-to all the time over there. But what they'll do with it is they will put it in a mason jar, put plastic over the top, sit it in the sun for 2 days, and the juice will come out. But it tastes almost like vomit. And what they do is they take their lemons and their mangoes and all that kind of stuff, and they'll squeeze that fresh juice and they'll put that Noni juice in with that. But so I think one's on my YouTube channel where I'm interviewing some of them. They speak French over there. Some of them can speak English, but it's always broken. But the big one over there is they're always like really good for the digestive system, really good for the immune system. But the #1 reason they would always carry it when they would, go on their boats from island to island, because the #1 thing it does, it has crazy healing powers. And we see it out here all the time. People get like a knee replacement or something like that, normal, about half the recovery time otherwise. Kristen White knew about all this, and she had a unexpected something rupture. I can't remember exactly what it was, but she thought she was going to be down and out for like 3 months. And for a CrossFitter, they don't know how to operate without you going themselves every day. So she was in a panic mode, but she was back in the gym in 30 days on Noni. She was drinking a bottle a day. So I always recommend a lot. You can't drink too much Noni. If you do too much one time, it might take you to the restroom. But no, it's not bad for you. It's just a Noni fruit. But if you want to do your research, it's Morinda. Who said that? Say it louder.
Morinda citrifolia.
Morinda citrifolia is the medical wording for the Noni plant. If you go to PubMed.gov, the medical research site, put that in, you're going to find about 6,000 published papers, some showing that its ability to help stabilize blood sugar, for type 2 diabetic. I mean, it's unbelievable what you'll start reading on it. Can you say it for me one more time?
Spelled Morinda citrifolia CIT.
I need to get that written on my slide room, okay? In case you're not in the room.
And so who's not supposed to take this? Is it?
I wouldn't anybody with networking technology.
Anybody can take it. You can give my product to babies. I give it to my dog. 16 and a half is still going to drop.
What about,
I'm such a Moa believer. I've been on it for, a decade. So when I first started taking Noni, I like nutrition, so I was trying to drink it. My body craves it. Like I found myself doing a half a bottle a day sometimes, which is probably too much sugar, but I love it.
Todd, you might want to speak a little bit about kidney failure for people with Noni. Ernest can't take it because he has one kidney, and so he's been told not to take it. So I just share that openly. People might want.
How many times years ago, I've never heard it, so I can't speak on things I don't know. He says that a person that had no kidney was told not to take it, but I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I've read that. So a lot of people have read that, so you might want to do your due diligence on kidney. If you have any kind of kidney failure, to test that, look at it. Some of the physicians have spoken to that to Ernest, who's 70. He's not able to be here today, but he does everything else, probably 15 of our products, but he just doesn't do the Noni.
I will tell you another thing about Ernest was when he lost the kidney in the military, but he feels like he had surgery on an injury, and he feels like they took the wrong kidney out. Because ever since then he's had a mass on his remaining kidney. He's always had it's like when they track for creatine levels, and he's always been in the danger zone that he might have to go on dialysis. When he got on the MOA and skinny drops, his creatine levels normalized very quickly, and the doctors told him, "I don't know what you're doing. You need to stop doing it. You need to keep doing it because it's the best kidney numbers you've had ever."
That's amazing.
Hi.
And I will tell you, if you know people on dialysis, we have 3 off of dialysis on MOA and skinny drops, but they also must eliminate all meat from their diet.
Oh, what?
I mean, all meat, alcohol, and sugar.
So kidney failure, eliminate meat. Take
All meat, no exception.
What
All
about
meat.
dairy?
Oh, yeah, dairy. No adults should be drinking dairy, but meat, especially red meat and pork, create in the blood and in the kidneys, and it'll elevate those creatine numbers. So the kidneys struggle with that. The bad ones, our good ones don't, no big deal.
I have a client who was gonna take the MOA and she's on dialysis and took it and showed it to them first. And they told her she could not take it because it had too much potassium in it.
So, like, I am not a doctor, and our company can never make a medical claim, so like, we have to follow what doctors say, so. Like, I don't have a comment there, but I will tell you that for Ernest, it was opposite. Yes.
Take that as a supplement.
Oh, it's different. It's a different creatine is the safest supplemental product that exists on planet Earth. I'm a football coach for so many years. I tell mama this all the time. It's cheap and it works. There's more science behind creatine than anything else. You want anything on creatine because you're a bodybuilder. You want anything on creatine, you're a bodybuilder. Do you take creatine when you're bodybuilding? I do, yes. Yeah. It is in my opinion, there's nothing better for somebody to supplement with trying to become a better athlete. And feel better.
Creatine allow you to maintain water. You need that water to hold in the mouth to maintain nutrients. So it's really good process. So, yeah.
Very, very safe. We don't have any out. I was just answering this question. Yes, ma'am. This one, got it.
I like this young lady, her baby takes Noni, and can you stand up and share what your infant?
I've been giving it since it was 6-month-old. I put like a little, like 3/4 of an ounce in a bottle with a little, like probably an ounce and a half of water and ice. And he loved it. He gets so excited every morning for it. And for about 2 or 3 months, he didn't love it. So I realized I could put ice in it and made it really cold. And now he like gets so excited.
He's like this, like, where's my stuff?
Like shaking the bottle and takes it. Now he drinks almost the whole little bottle at breakfast. Before I would just give it to him throughout the day. Now he takes almost the whole, like 4 ounces at breakfast.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this with the chance of offending every mom in the room. Nothing aggravates me more than a mom coming up to me and saying, "Can my baby take MOA or Noni?"
That's
as they're drinking a Dr. Pepper. Oh, help me out, please. Help me.
One more thought.
Happens every day. And they'll probably drive them through whatever fast food and throw it in the back so they'll shut up on the way home.
That same person who their doctor told them not to take the MOA, she drinks Diet Mountain Dew.
Like, I can't go there when a doctor's involved. I just can't, but obviously Dr. Mountain Dew's not good for it. Okay.
One more question.
Yes.
Thank you. I was just gonna say about the MOA. I got my mother some. She was in stage 4 kidney failure. And after taking the MOA, her numbers are down. She's in stage 3 now.
Wow.
Stage 4 to stage 3 on MOA. I've got a number of those, probably more than 10.
I'd say.
How long has your mom been on it?
3 months.
3 months. So I will tell you that the two that anybody's got something serious going on should always check with their primary doctor. And when I say primary doctor, cardiologist, oncologist. So I always tell people lifestyle diseases. Lifestyle diseases are things we do to ourselves. High blood pressure, generally speaking, high triglycerides, high bad cholesterol. We self-inflict that with eating and not sleeping good and not exercising. So we have no contraindications there. I'm very confident when I tell people it won't interfere. But if somebody has a cardiovascular problem, they've been diagnosed with cancer and they're dealing with a cardiac, that they've got to run the stuff by their doctor. And I would say we're plus 90% of those doctors coming back saying, not only can you take it, you should take it. Matter of fact, MOA with 2 different people now have been in the regimen of their treatments at MD Anderson, one in Houston, one in Jacksonville. All right, this is one of my very favorite products. I want to show y'all a video I don't normally show in public. I'll tell you what it is first, and I'll show you the video, since we have a Parkinson's person in the room. So CoQ10 is one of the most integrated nutritional products in the medical community. It's probably plus 80% now of cardiologists that recommend CoQ10 to their patients. It's really, really good for the heart. CoQ10 is the catalyst at the cellular level in what's called the ATP process. That's your energy production process. It's the catalyst in energy production. So people that have low energy syndrome, a lot of times they are very low in CoQ10. The big killer of CoQ10 in your body are the statin drugs. Anybody taking statin drugs, that's cholesterol medication, should be on CoQ10. Do your own research. This is not PartnerCo. This is just the facts. So I've always taken Dr. Strand's clinical dose of CoQ10. I've taken 6 a day for years and years and years. I always will. But anybody dealing with anything, CoQ10 is also always one of Dr. Strand's very first products he recommends it with in people dealing with cancer currently, or cardiovascular issues currently, or low energy syndrome currently. So I had this lady in Nashville, Tennessee, and her mom had become so bad with, they didn't know Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, they don't know what it was. They used to know mom couldn't go out of bed, she couldn't talk, couldn't maintain a thought, couldn't remember anything. And the video you're about to see, the first 20 seconds is her filming her mom to take to the doctor because she couldn't get her there anymore. Well, it epically failed again. She was so mad at the doctor. This particular lady had her PhD in sociology, just a researcher, and she discovered in her research that CoQ10 can sometimes help elevate dopamine and serotonin in the brain, and there are some correlations that it will slow down cognitive decline and in some cases help. So she called Dr. Strand. Dr. Strand said, absolutely, no harm can be done. Take at least 6 a day. So mom started taking 6 a day. The second part of this video, the only thing that changed in this lady's life is about 60 days and 6 CoQ10 a day. Nothing else changed. That's all that happened. So here's the video. I can't give this to anybody. I got in trouble. One, this doesn't need to circulate out. And 2, somebody was supposed to legality.
Something, I'm trying to get a little bit of this taped for the doctor to be able to see what it is. It's okay. No, it's okay. He needs to be able to see. I've missed the worst part. I feel great today. I couldn't talk, but now I can talk. And I woke up this morning and great. And I just feel good today. And so we're going to say I'll see you in a minute.
So we just flashed those 2 videos together when we shot the second one. So I highly recommend CoQ10. You can buy that if you, with most of all of our products, you can buy in bulk, so you can do the drop down tag and you can get 10 at a time and get the cost down. I generally just buy 10 about once every 4 months.
You know, when, you said 60 days, but do you know when they started seeing some improvement?
Here's what she told me. Her the daughter's name is Janet. And I need to be, put her on an IPA call sometime to tell the story out of her mouth. But she said about 3 weeks in, her dad called and said, I don't know what your mom is taking, but it's working. We don't need to let her run out. So it must have been around week 3 that they started seeing some results. Are you taking CoQ10 in your regimen? When did you start noticing you were feeling better? How long did it take you?
Let's see. I would say probably not 13, because I was really on most everything. I'm just doing everybody's the same, but I was a little better. Said.
She said month 2, about when she started feeling really good, better. So here's what I warn everybody, like I'm always hesitant to show this because we can't go around providing false hope. Like when you're dealing with nerves and neurological and brain decline, it's a really hard thing to help. Hard. So like everybody's not always going to get the same result. So what you should say is this could potentially help. I've seen some people it has. That way you don't walk in and number one, make the doctor mad. Just say, it's in addition to whatever they're doing. Okay. We're about done with product. Last 1 or 2, omega Q for most women will have enough CoQ10 in it. Men should take the other CoQ10, which has 50 milligrams. If you're doing 6 a day, you're getting it up close to 200. But omega Q has 20, which for the general woman that's not sick is enough. But it's also, the omega Q's also got the omega 3. And one more little tidbit about how quality our products are. We do 2 things with our omega 3 that pretty much nobody else does. Number one, we get it only from small fish. Sometimes the bigger, fatter fish, the whales and stuff, they'll carry a lot of heavy metals in that fat also. So our omega 3s come from the small fish only. Number 2, most omega 3s will use an ingredient called hexane in its production. And hexane is actually a known carcinogen, but it's also a leave a residue, and that's what people sometimes put that omega 3 bird. You won't get it with ours because we don't use that ingredient. So I don't really know the formulation process, but I just know we don't do that. But omega 3 is really, really important in everybody's life, but very few people get enough healthy fats. Most of us get way too much omega 6. And when you have an omega 6, by the way, your saturated seed oil, which is equally as important for as getting those saturated seed oils out of your life. So I basically just tell you can have fast food again as long as you live. Or peanut butter crackers at a gas station or anything else. They've all got it in there. It's great. Even mixed nuts, you got to look at the back of those because they'll even put the seed oils on those. Do I stay 100% seed oil free? That near impossible if you live, but I try my very best to stay away from it. But this omega Q is a really good addition. And like I said, there's a vitamin mineral omega Q pack. They call it the Heart Healthy pack. And you can do that in combination, all of it for like 150 on an auto ship. A good pack. By the way, an omega 3, omega 6 imbalance is what most people have. Most generally, they have way too much omega 6 in their body, is a huge creator of inflammation in the body. So if you can get somebody off the saturated 6 oils, the seed oils, and get them on the omega 3, the salmon, the macadamia nuts, the green olives, just Google healthy fats, avocados, that will really be an inflammation reducer in the body. I got this master's in nutrition like 5 years ago. Who would have ever known I would need it one day? Most of it I've learned, though, I'll be honest with you. Science has changed so much in 35 years, it's unbelievable. So like I just pay attention. So anybody can say what I'm saying up here. You just got to pay attention. All right, so Burn is a great add-on, not necessary, but it's got 20 grams of collagen protein and an energy blend. The energy blend is pretty strong, so if you're energy sensitive, it might not be for you. But it is a great product if you need a burst in energy. Probably what I would call the best pre-workout drink we have. It's one of Kristen White's #1 sellers in her gym. And she sells for $8 a can in her gym. She cannot keep it in stock. You heard somebody say greens. Who said greens in the Bobby did. So our greens are 2.5 pounds of vegetables, green vegetables, seeds. In every serving, it's obviously, been dried out, but if it was still wet, it'd be 2.5 pounds worth. It's actually flavored with cinnamon, and for a green drink is not that bad. If you put it in a shake, you won't even taste it. But even in water, it's drinkable. Much more so. I mean, even I buy the fresh green drink, sometimes I'm like, oh, this is bad. But I always say, I remember my son told me, it's gotta be good for me, it's that bad. Say it again.
What to put it in?
So you can put it just in a bottle of water, or Bobby was saying, and I do the same, probably others do too, when you make like your pure nourish meal replacement shake, you put the greens in there, the power boost, you just make it all in one big shake, get it all.
Thomas,
Yes,
in the morning, sometimes on my scrambled egg, I'll sprinkle it on.
everybody can hear you that'll be good.
Sometimes in the morning when I scramble my eggs, I'll sprinkle it on my scrambled eggs. It's great.
By the way, so she brought that up when I'm dealing, my hardest client. I always tell people, I wish we could lead with any product with drops, but because of my knowledge bank, I get put on more phone calls with more stubborn women. Not y'all, the other ones. But the hardest plateau I break is a really educated middle-aged woman that needs to lose about 10 pounds. Because we already know way more than I know when I show up on the phone call. But I will tell you, the number one thing that woman can do, if she will listen, is start her day. I don't care when they eat. Like, I'm a huge believer in fasting. I cannot tell you how important it is. You can intermittent fast all day if you want to. I don't care. But when you do eat, you need to start with a lean protein and a healthy fat, and nothing else to spike blood sugar. And that does two things. One, you don't spike your insulin. And number two, if you're a bodybuilder, you sometimes want to spike insulin because it'll store in muscle too. But most of us aren't bodybuilders. So most of us do not want to spike insulin early in the morning. So lean meat, healthy fat. So number one, you have to spike insulin, but the number two, you'll create what's called satiety to keep you from getting hungry throughout the day. So whatever time that is, my favorite is eggs and avocado. And bacon and pork is not that good for you, but if you got to have some taste, bacon, piece of bacon or something there with it. But you can't beat it. And if you want to drink a green drink with it, boy, you're off to the races. Now you got the fiber and everything. All right. Last product. Yes.
Here's the question.
Everett Street.
Well, that's it. Besides avocado, says eggs and.
Okay, so I said lean. So the answer is lean meat and healthy fat. So lean meat could be a hamburger patty. It could be a chicken breast. It could be whatever you want it to be. And then a healthy fat, Google this. I'm saying the few I know off the top of my head. Some of the better ones are green olives, avocados, macadamia nuts. Anybody wants to add one? Just Google it. Tell me what my healthy fats are, or AI. I'm big AI now, because Google tells you a bunch of false answers.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, what used to be Kim Gray's Big Three, this one used to be in it. It's called Rejuvenex. It's still equally as good. That was before we had Renew and Replacement. But Rejuvenex is one of the healthier, what I call energies on planet Earth. It's got the equivalent of 1 cup of coffee of caffeine, and it comes as green coffee bean extract. It's cold pressed. But the magic of it is it's got chamomile and L-theanine in it. Chamomile is a flower, L-theanine is a plant leaf, and they're actually both calming agents. L-theanine is actually taken for sleep. Really weird to have that in the same product. But the reason they have that is what it does, instead of like drinking a cup of coffee or 2 or 3 and feel the drop off a couple hours later, this one doesn't drop off. It's more just kind of an even kill lift up. Really, really good for the racing minds. The ADD type minds are like calm them down big time.
Yeah.
You want to share?
I take 3 a day.
Why don't you share?
I take 3 a day every single morning, and I mean, you're right. There's no jitters. There's no feel calm. I'm a hairstylist, so I get to work. Things are crazy, but this has been a game changer for me.
Okay, we're about to transition into money. I've got a couple that's going to kick us off there. But does anybody have a product question before we transition? Kristen White has started a product YouTube channel. I don't know it off the top of my head. Does anybody know that Facebook page? What's it called? Supplement Smarter Facebook group run by Kristen White, where she's always dropping stuff in there on all products. Supplement Smarter Facebook group. Okay, yes, ma'am.
On the storage, is there any guidelines as far as taking it apart from food or with food, or is there a best time?
I've heard Dr. Mike Diego, who was actually my favorite doctor ever because he tracked all this blood work in his office for me for years. He said he liked it on an empty stomach, either first thing in the morning or preferably right before going to bed, with the least amount of water you can get down with, so you don't have to wake up and pee. But you still gotta drink the water around it. He likes to work overnight, as long as you weren't taking medication at nighttime. But I don't think there's a big problem with taking it with food, but you just can't take it with your prescription medications will not. These 2 hours on one side of the other prescription medication is the big overall. Yes.
My cancer doctor said, do not eat pork, any way, anyhow.
Okay, so you'll notice on our approved food list that we do not have shellfish or pork listed. And the reason for that, can you lose weight and eat shrimp and pork and cheese? The answer is yes. Just look at the keto world. They do not spike insulin. But cheese requires enormous amounts of casein protein. So if you want to up your casein protein intake and fit right in that China study world, eat lots of cheese. If you're a woman and you tell me you have hormonal problems, the number one hormone disruptor in the world is dairy. And whether you're a science guy or a God guy or woman, they both agree. Pork and shellfish are not clean foods. They're bad for us. And pork is really hard to digest. It comes in your digestive system for more than 24 hours. Does that mean I have never had a barbecue sandwich or a rib? No. But you don't want to indulge on it. Like, you don't want to be doing it 3, 4, 5 times a week. And if I have an issue going on, I wouldn't want to look at it, much less put it in my body. But I will tell you, 1 ounce of prevention is worth than 10 gallons of cure. I was just sharing this with 2 women the other day that are smokers. And they're like, we've got good genes, we've been smoking, our parents smoke. I'm like, listen, everybody says that until they're diagnosed. Then you're in an uphill battle the rest of your life. So like, pay attention. Smoking, it doesn't matter if you've got good genes or not, it's highly bad for you. That's the funny thing, insurance companies charge Jerry an extra $13,000 a year because of the dipping, but they know he's a risk factor if he's dipping. It's gonna cost them.
What's your quote again, please?
Say it again.
What's your quote again? 1 ounce of what?
1 ounce of prevention is worth more than 10 gallons of cure. Once you come to me and tell me you have cancer, you have Parkinson, you have Alzheimer's, you have a cardiovascular event, like, it's hard. Like, the body's in bad shape. We make it help, we make it not. But there is a million things you can do preventative wise to lessen your chances of ever being diagnosed in the first place. Most of it's just sleeping good, drinking plenty of water, and not putting bad things in your body. In my opinion, no matter how much stuff I show you to put in your body, it's equally as important to identify and stop putting the bad stuff in there. Like, you got to do both if you really want to be healthy.
Just one last question on product. If you have a new person that's been diagnosed with fatty liver, you talked about Restore X, or are there other things that you would concentrate?
Water for fatty liver.
Okay.
Water and detox. Get those toxins out where the body can then take whatever's being stored on that fat on the liver and get it moved either preferably completely out of the body. And then obviously sugar and alcohol are the big contributors to fatty liver outside of plant. Yes, ma'am. Like one.
Or the Omega Q, is that either or you take them both?
For most women that have no cardiovascular problem, Omega Q is more than enough because it has CoQ10 and Omega 3. As a man, I'm speaking to other men, do your own research. 35 years or older men should be on a CoQ10. Anybody has low energy, dealing with cancer, Parkinson's, like all that, CoQ, you're gonna need the extra CoQ10. But for the general woman, from a cost-effective way, the Omega 3 should be more than suffice.
Question.
Yes.
I had somebody who had a lot of pain, was in a car wreck, has ulcerative colitis, been recently diagnosed with breast cancer, had surgery. So she was taking the MOA and she's like, she was still in bed, but then she thought it caused her to have a colitis attack.
Okay, so here, if you couldn't hear that, she has a friend that has ulcerative colitis, which is a much lesser form of Crohn's, less intestines are involved, but it still can be quite prohibitive. When it flares up, they go to the restroom and weep, those kind of things. So here's what Dr. Strand told me. I'm going to use a girl in Arkansas I dealt with a couple weeks back. I get this random picture about 10:30 at night. This lady is taking a picture of her face and her lips. Like she had fake lips already, but they were really swollen. And in there it says, these drops have made my lips swell. And I immediately text back and I said, if they have, you're the first one. But I said, I don't have an answer off my head, but I'm going to send this to Dr. Strand, but I may not get an answer in the morning. So I put all that in a text, sent it to Dr. Strand with the picture, and he says back, he said, I'm 81 years old. And in all my years since I became a doctor at 32, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I can have people on 49 prescription medications at my practice. I can recommend one nutritional product, and if they have anything go wrong, it's the nutritional product I added to the regimen. It said it's the golden rule. And I was like, oh, that's unbelievable, because my dad recently passed away, suffered from a lung disease. Forever, I tried to get him to do our vitamin, mineral, and phenolics. Wouldn't listen to me, although he's taking 49 prescription medications, prednisone, you name it. And when he started the vitamin, mineral, and phenolic, he had something happen. I don't know why, but he was like, it caused it. I was like, Dad, you've had issues every day of the year except for 20 years. You're always at the hospital. How did the vitamin, mineral, phenolic cause it this time? He said, I don't know, but it did. He never took it again. True story. True story. So the answer is the mower didn't cause that. It just flared up. Like ulcerative colitis flares up for a plethora of reasons. Sometimes we don't know why it flares up. But MOA and probiotic, and more than one probiotic, at least 2 probiotics, is a recommendation for anything in that world. And we get a lot of great stories from it.
And top 2 for, she fixed it, she had. certain
MOA and probiotic.
And the optimal.
I mean, optimals and CoQ10, all that's important, but for the ulcerative colitis specifically, MOA and probiotic. Okay. All right, so we're going to go right into pay plan training, and I'm going to be telling you how to in routes. It's about a 30-minute training. Jeff and Krista just made officer yesterday. That went to and they just retired from their jobs and went full time with us. I always joke with Jeff because he used to be a drug dealer. He's now a drop dealer. Get dropped in drug dealer. But I found out today the prosecutor put me in jail in the room. Sorry. Here we go, Jeff. Come on up. Oh. Right when you think you see everything in network marketing, you get this.
Listen, Glory is retired from probation office. And if y'all don't understand why I tell these stories, then you don't understand the purpose and the reconciliation of the Lord. Yeah. And that's something you're going to figure out on your own. But so May of 2023, we go to a meeting. First time I ever met Todd, Ashley, and Miss Kim, with Pastor Bobby and Miss Pam. And we got on the drops and the products for a month. They went well for a month. Then we just kind of got busy, and I kind of just quit doing things and just made a bunch of excuses, yada yada. And Kim, for those of you that know her, she is very persistent and sweet and country, and she's just like, she's a lot sometimes, but she's the best. And she would just like, you could hear the country twang in her voice. I mean, in her text message. Like, oh my gosh, she sounds country through text. And so she just kept kind of reaching out to me and saying, Mr. Jeff, I can help you. Tell me what I can do. Tell me what I can do. Tell me what I can do. So I didn't know how to tell her that I didn't want to continue with the products. So I just blocked her. And I blocked her for a whole year. And then my wife had severe back issues, and like Todd said, we don't say we cure anything, but my wife had severe back issues. Miss Pam, who is also very, very persistent, she kept inviting us, and we went, and that's where we got to meet Miss Kathy and Miss Patty for the first time. We went to a meeting in Birmingham. I think Carol and Angie and all you were there. And out in the parking lot, we went to go eat at Olive Garden afterwards. That was a plus for me. And, we kind of weren't committed still yet. And Miss Pam took a box of MOA, just halved it, gave Miss Kathy and Alan 15, gave me and Crystal 15. And my wife is very stubborn too. So we went home. And listen, what you got to understand is my wife couldn't sit up out of bed. Like she couldn't. I would have to go over there and I would have to kind of help her sit up in the morning. So, and for those of you that don't like MOA cold, you really don't like it warm. So we got home at like 10:30, and Crystal, she was just like, I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna prove Miss Pam wrong and blah 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 blah. So she gets there and she takes 3 MOA warm. We go to sleep, probably about 5 a.m. She wakes up and she sits up. And I'm kind of getting up doing stuff, and then she's like, oh my God, I just set up. And I was like, you did. We're like, So what do we do now? You know what I'm saying? So then she's like, go get 3 more mowers. So that's kind of how it started for us. But what I want you to understand is my story is different than a lot of people's, because I would get real intimidated by people that would come up and they would say things like, I've been in the industry for 20 years. And those kind of people scared me, made me nervous, because I was in the sales industry for a long time too. And I made a lot of money, but the state of Alabama did not deem that as legal. So they took me to the penitentiary for herself. It saved a lot. It saved a lot. I'm very thankful and grateful. And it's just really cool how the Lord has orchestrated everything. But me and my wife are in full-time ministry, and associate pastor at the Spirit Life Church from Pastor Bobby and Miss Pam. But this, I told my wife a while back, I said, I'm tired of living somebody else's dream. You know, I'm tired of like doing things just because people like the idea of me doing those things. And when I would hear and I would see all the Facebook posts of like all these soccer moms selling 30 packs and Kim's like talking about flipping and dipping and selling drops out of their trunk, I was like, God, these people are gonna like violate me and send me back. They're crazy, you know what I mean? Nobody's talking about this fast cash. And I didn't understand any of that until I really started like trying the products. And then when the products, I lost 42 pounds. My wife, this is her story to tell, and she's off some medications. And once again, listen, we don't claim anything. You need to check with your provider. But like she's on some medications that she was on 10+ years. And that's a big deal to me. And what I'm able to do now is something that I never even thought possible, because the state of Alabama said that I'm always going to be this statistic that is going to be reoccurring over and over and over again, doing the same thing that I did back then. And the Bible says that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So everything belongs to God anyway. And the Bible also says that the kingdom of heaven is like a treasure hidden in a field, which a man found, and because of his joy over it, he goes and he sells all that he has and he buys that field. And that's what I'm doing. You know, I can't speak how you're doing this business. That's what I'm doing and my wife's doing. We are showing people this treasure and this field. And man, if they'll just like buy into it, it's gonna, like the drops aren't on trial. The products aren't on trial. The products work. It's just if women will take them out of their daggone purse and put them in their mouth, they're not going to work until they do that. So the products aren't on trial. But whenever people discover this, then it's like the Bible calls it an aha moment. Oprah calls it an aha moment. The Bible says it's when the eyes of your understanding are light. So I don't care what you call it, but you can have that with this company and with these products. And when you do, then it becomes tangible. And then people see, like this couple right here, they don't understand what they really have. And what they really have is y'all are so connected with people in life, and people just remember you, Miss Linda. We were talking about this Tuesday, when your neck was like this. Yeah. And then now you walk into church and you're walking like this. And they're like, what happened to this lady? Alan, man, your hair looks different. I mean, it's amazing what's happened. And listen, God's all in this. Susan Martinez, where's she at? I met this lady like twice, but every time somebody struggles with addiction, she tags us in Facebook. That's a hashtag side note story. We can talk about Restorix and Elite and the drop for addiction later on. But like God's all in this thing, man. And it's not just about your upline and your downline. Like Lee and Michelle and Julie, like compensation wise, and Larry and Angie, like we don't even like benefit from each other. But like these guys took a Zoom call with us one night, spent time with us, just training us, and we do meetings and stuff together. You know, it's just about connecting in this community aspect. And this is what people want. This is what people are craving.
That's right.
And guys, we got this. Like he's the ultimate answer, but man, we got these products that the world is craving. Because I'm telling you, it's not just COVID. I'm a product of Big Pharma. When they came out years and years ago, and I know this is live, listen, I'm a product of when the Oxycontin pills came out in the late 90s, and they said that it is 98.6% non-addictive. Yeah. I'm listening, it's all over the internet. I'm just saying that's what they said. I'm a product of that. And we have something that is authentic and that is real and that is natural and it can change your life. And now me and my wife, man, it was so cool. This week we kind of saw, we're like, there you go, man, we can probably do this officer thing. I really don't know what to do, so let's just call somebody that does. So Kim and Patty, they kind of like started like telling us what we need to do. And man, people were just rallying around trying to figure this thing out. And the next thing you know is noon, 1 o'clock, here stay Kim calls and she's like, you did it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't understand everything yet, but it's just so cool to me. Listen, guys, 25 years ago, I'm in freaking prison. 15 years ago, I'm homeless in Birmingham behind St. Vincent's Hospital with a needle hanging out of my arm. If this don't light your fire, then you dash on woods with it. This stuff will change somebody's life, and I'm a product of that. And I love you. I love just spending time with you. I always tell Miss Gloria that I tell her I'm going to a bingo event, the senior citizens center, and I just kidnap her every time. But this lady is retired from the Alabama Department of Parole and Probation Office. David Barber is retired district attorney's office. People like me aren't supposed to be working. That's what the world said. But God says something different. Not just God says something different. PartnerCo says something different.
Yeah.
When PartnerCo says better together, they mean that. And this is what this has done for me and my wife and my family. And I love you guys. I mean that. Don't just say stuff just to say it. Like this stuff will change your life if you'll let it. I promise you.
PartnerCo is legal.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, this thing was Jeffrey, recognize about this terminology. He said, instead of check with your doctor, he said, to your provider. Yeah. Really good. First time I heard Jeff speak, because you never know who sit like, I don't know who you are. You know, you're always much more special, much more different, and much more gifted than you can represent sitting there listening. So every time somebody comes to frame and speaks, I'm like, wow. And Jeff was like, wow. But of course, this guy is so talented. I had no idea he would really do this full time, but I told him the first time I heard him speak, I said, you could make millions of dollars doing this, traveling the world speaking. He's just so good. He's magnetic. And he's going to. He went full time last week. Yep. Hey, one last thing. Be fair, they actually, when they were considering going full time, they just randomly drove to the office in Utah. Would you want to share how they treated you out there?
Oh yeah, so we so it was actually for my birthday. Miss Kim made a couple of calls, and so our son is in the Air Force, and he's stationed at Hill Air Force Base, which is about an hour from PartnerCo. And we went to go just to the company, and it was just so cool. Those of you that have seen them either in person or seen them on Zooms, Katie Holt Larson and Dan Callie, man, they treated us like we were the Pods and the Kims and the Brent Palmers, and even the people that have been out there and seen everybody at Utah. Like when me and Crystal were walking around with Katie, and she's going in and introducing us to like the business development teams, and she was like, these are some of our top leaders. And I'm just like, you know, and I knew that I wanted to be that, you know. But it's like Katie didn't even know, like, prophetically what she was doing to encourage me, you know? And she was just treating us, Miss Gloria, like we were the Tods, you know? And I can just remember looking at Katie, and I'm just standing there looking at her, and I'm just fangirling her, you know what I mean? I don't know what to do. And then Dan comes up, and, you know, I didn't know, do a front hug him, side hug him, check him in. I just kind of like... They just love me, you know, and they made us feel so good. I mean, that's like lit a fire under me. So I came back and I was ready to roll tide, you know what I mean? I get it. Todd, we love you guys, man. Y'all treat us well. We appreciate that.
Yeah, but thank you. So we all go from getting our lives changed by somebody to becoming a life changer. And I want to talk a little bit about how one of the ways we build the business, I call it taprooting. You learn to work through people. Matter of fact, I'll just show you this real quick, how it happened in this room. So there was a lady named Miss Gracie Turner. Some of you have seen her. Her husband about 80, for pastors. They were doing this probably for retirement. They have, they're 5,000 a week left now. Way more, probably 10 times more here than they had in their retirement already. But one day she calls and says, hey, I've got this construction guy that wants to listen. Can you help me show him? So we did. We helped show him. And then like 2 years passed by. And one day the construction guy calls up and says, hey, the girl that works at the bank I always give my money to every morning has got a mama that's got muscular dystrophy, and I just gave her a box of drops, and I want to need you to coach her. That's how I met Kim. So then I'm friends with Kim. And Kim says to me, first time I ever talked to her, I ain't doing this business. I ain't got no interest. And I can't lose weight, so I don't really know why you're even talking to me. I mean, she was one of the hard ones. And it was a lot of battles early on, just on the weight loss. But about 6 months in, she says one day, Jared, that guy, says, I've got some people asking in my town what I'm doing. She was, how much were you down at that time?
He said 6 months.
Yeah.
Probably about 30 pounds.
So I drive about 3 hours to her little meeting that night, which was in a little bitty office. And Jerry and I just brought product. And that night, because she wasn't even in the business yet, we just were going to sell the product retail and then give her the difference. It ended up being about $250 for a part. And that's when she said, just put me in the business. And that was her start. So the very first meeting that I ever went to do for Kim was a relative of hers that was a pastor on what lake, Pam?
Up in Houston and Winston County, close to Smith Lake.
Smith Lake.
Yeah.
So we drive up there, and they already been on product there. They lost like 35 or 40 pounds a piece, and it was him and his wife. And they invited a bunch of people, and only one person shows up. It was Van Dyke and Bobby. They were the only two there at night meeting. So we presented like the room was full. I always say that almost every meeting starts is bad, except if you're like me, I think every meeting is good. If nobody shows up, I get to train the person I went for. Like that's why I'm going. So it's all attitude. I had to lie to my wife early on when we were living paycheck to paycheck. I just went full time. She asked me how the meetings went. If I told her for real, she'd be like, "You're doing the job." Oh, they were awesome, buddy. But Pam signed up that night, and the only thing she said was, "I don't have time to do this, but Kim, I've got a women's Christian retreat this weekend, and if you want to come sit up the booth, you're more than welcome to." And that's the one thing I say. I say yes almost 100% of the time. I say yes too much probably because I have no time ever. Not because I need money, just because I love this. I love doing this. But anyway, I told Kim, I said, I don't do that. You go do it. You'll be good at it. You set your picture up and answer their questions. That's what she did. She put her before and after picture up. First time she ever did anything the whole time by herself. And Sonia Infinger, we didn't know at the time, she was married to a two-term attorney general, two-term state senator, and one of the bigger developers in the state of Alabama. And had done quite well for herself financially. But we just knew her as some lady. All Kim knew, here's Kim's description when she called. Todd, some lady just walked by my table and threw her credit card and said, I want everything you're taking. What do I do? That's all I knew about Sonia at the time. So we got Sonia started. We put her in the business under Pam as a personal sponsor. With Pam was the one that put it together. And somehow Kim found out a little bit about her and told me. So this is your training tip here. You need a couple of things here. Everybody doesn't have to work hard at this. Somebody does. There's a lot of somebodies in this room now. At that time, Kim and I were the only somebody in the equation that was willing to work at it. Everybody else had no time, which is normal. But what I love, if I'm willing to work, I like people with big spheres of influence that aren't scared to use it because for whatever reason, when they ask 10 people to show up, 12 come because they want to see the kitchen and the living room and everything else that person has. So that Sonia was that. When she told me who Sonia was, I knew she could potentially be that person. I couldn't get Pam to call me back. So I called Sonia and I asked her, would you be interested in working the business side? If you are, Kim and I will come. All you got to do is put us in front of people. And we went up there and we went from coffee shop to coffee shop. And we probably showed 15 people in one day, just one at a time. And Any meeting she said somebody didn't show up, she was grabbing somebody out of line. Hey, come here, I want to show you something. And we just started signing them up. And that's what led to Ernest and a whole bunch of people. And that put about, over the course of about a year, we go every 2 weeks, and about a year in, that put about 1,000 people in the organization. About every 2 months, I would call Pam and I would say this is how crazy people are. Not you, Pam, but yes, people. I would say, Pam, the company owes you money. Like, I'm not asking you to work. I'm saying if you will turn on a $157 ship auto ship with shipping and tax, you're probably going to make like 1,000 a week. I mean, I'm sorry, 1,000 a month. If you don't do another thing with that, I'm trying to make you money, Pam. And if you will work, we have a leg completely optimized. You're one dimensional. We can probably make you a lot of money really fast. That went on for 2 years. And I don't know what occurred in my mind, but one day when I called, I know what it was early January. And I told Kim, I said, I'm going to give her one more shot. And she answered. And I said, Pam, we're coming through again. Would you meet me on the interstate passing through? And she agreed. And the other, Robin and her met Kim and I, and Kim's mom was traveling with us that day on our way to Sonia's at Hardee's on the interstate. And we showed her. And it wasn't Kim or me, believe it or not. It was Kim's mom that pulled her heartstring because her mom was really bad off at that time with rheumatoid.
Yes, rheumatoid arthritis. She'd been in the bed straight days. And she was going to die within the next 14 days. Her mouth was already drawn, and her name's Carolyn, and Kim's mom's name's Carolyn. And she had arthritis issues, and it's still, you wanted to talk about the money, but, and we needed money, but I thought by me saying yes to the money, that meant I had to say yes to the work when I was already overwhelmed and just couldn't hardly, do anything. So yeah, it was everything of what Kim's mom said about how she always sat in the car when Kim would go in, that she couldn't walk, that she was in so much pain and she was so depressed and she was all of this. And I said, well, what are you doing? And she said, I'm taking the MOA. And I said, 1 pouch a day? No. 2 pouches a day? No. 3 pouches? 3 pouches at the same time. I said, okay, because I was doing 1 pouch before when I bought it, and we bought it for a year and I didn't feel the difference. But because I had cancer, my body was in such bad shape. If I needed the 3, and I said, okay, and I looked at Todd and I said, okay, well, just read the back of the box because I didn't have my glasses on. And he read, and when he read the lion's mane, I had somebody tell me that had 3 PhDs the year before, take the lion's mane. The Lord said, take the lion's mane. I said, where'd I get it? I don't know. Do I drink it? I don't know. Do I swallow a pill? I don't know. So when Todd said lion's mane, I said, that's it right there. I said, that's why, because he said, Pam, I don't need to sell you anything. I just need to talk to you and God won't leave me alone. And so we met. He was thinking he wanted to help me financially. I wanted to help my mom, and I was not on my radar screen when I met him. My mom was, and there was Miss Carolyn, her mom. And when she said 3, I said, that's it. I'll get 3 boxes from my mom. I'll get 3 boxes from my husband for his pain, and I'll start 3 boxes. And Todd said, that's a 10-pack. Just add 1 more. Okay, give me 10. And he said, it will save you money. I said, okay. And then that's really how it all came back around. And the 3.
She was making 2,000 plus a week within 3 weeks.
Yes, and the three did the difference. In 3 days, I was completely changed. 10 days, my mom was completely out of the bed. She drove herself to church. She's still alive today. She's bedridden again, but she lived on her own. She lived on her own the rest of that year. Then she moved on. So anyway, it is 3 at a time if you're chronic, and that's what Todd said. And he said that when he was talking earlier. You got a lot of something, get you 3. And that's what she told me. And that's what I told her. And that's what I said to Jill. And and that's what Patty ended up doing that changed her life. And so, because we were all in chronic states, we're not taking care of ourselves like Todd talked about, but all that. It's not.
Okay.
So praise God.
So for the Julias that want to go full time, for anybody here that's really wanting to work this, it's our job to be the one following up, showing, going to help. Like, that's our job. We're full time at this. It's what we do for our living now. And if you're part time, you got to start doing that some to get full time. If you're in here just to make some extra money, then you get that help. You just gotta put somebody on a Zoom or a three-way or whatever, and then you progress. But poor Kim, when I met her, we had 14 words in her vocabulary. She was scared to death. And the first two ladies she's working with is Pam and Son. Yeah.
I said, I tell you, that's right. And praise God, you kept just pulling her all the way to North Alabama. And she kept going, thank you so much, Kim, because look what you created up there. It's amazing. And for yourself too.
So in those days, I kept trying to push Kim out of the, at some point, the eagle has to push the babies out. So for 2 years, I didn't in the first year, but I find, Kim, it's your time. I watch you. You're more powerful in front of the room than I am. Just go do it. But she finally is now. Many of you know, you've never met me. She's the one doing it now. I'm not talking. A lot of them in her business are using her, but it's going to be you at some point. So I've just told you the secret to wealth. Like if you heard what I said, that's it. And if you have a big team and it's not producing, it's not your team's fault, it's your fault. You're not out there with them all the time. Like there's only one of Kim and there's only one of me. So we can only be with so many people. So once your team starts getting big, you got to pass the torch. And now you're the one in the living room. You're the one on the three-way. You're the one on the Zoom. And here's the secret to that. The less said, the better. Like you don't have to be the expert here. Be short, be crisp, be clean, and do it a bunch. And you cannot believe how that will add up. Where does the money come from? We're in the middle of all this money exchanging hands. You're now Amazon, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, every nutrition store in the world. You are that middleman now. And don't get as much of it as you want unless you want Jeff Bezos and the Waltons to upgrade their yacht size. Don't let them have it anymore. Plus their stuff is generally crappy. You have an international business. So how are we able to build huge incomes? Kim now has business in 30 plus countries around the world. She has 5,000 people on her team in Canada. And she is from your poorest county. We have never done. We've only never done one meeting in that county their whole time in the company. And that was the one county I agreed with it, that there may not be anybody here who can afford to sign up.
And I don't have nobody in my town on my stuff.
So like she takes her way, she'd never owned a new car, she'd never been on an airplane, she'd never been, she lives in Evergreen, so she had been to Florida, but that's the only state line she'd ever crossed. And now then she's everywhere. Tahiti, Mexico, you name the state, I don't know, you're with her all the time. She's on the go all the time. Got her and Eric are leaving meetings and buying $35,000 pontoon boats with cash and building RV parks in North Alabama. Okay, so we're going to move to how to and right into the money, and we're done before 2, which is in time. So there's 2 ways to do this. First is the passive approach. That's where you just use our social media system. You download, if you don't know what boards are, you cannot train boards in a big group because the skill sets are so diverse. So we're creating a crazy amount of stupid questions. And not that any question is stupid, they'll just be stupid to the ones that have better skill sets with social media and technology. One at a time, you download boards, you upload our system. I encourage you, we call it onboarding. You'll never out-train how you start somebody. So when I see a big team that's not replicating, it's because you're not being started right. Like you got to take the time, get boards on their phone. You literally need to help them make their first post because there's a massive fear factor with most people in that first post. Most people don't have it before and after. You got to encourage them to use the people they don't know in the system. Start developing their own testimony. It doesn't have to be weight. Like no more knife sweats, feel better, more energy. There's a million things that people gravitate to that the drops will do. And when that post comes in a couple of weeks after they've been seeing this other, that's when it goes viral. And then plug it to our IPA calls. And that's where you can hear all the women talk about the reels, adding 10 friends a day, boost room, all the things you can do to speed up those sales. I'm not going to train any of that today. You see it all up there, all that stuff I just said. But what I do want to point out, you'll never change your life until you change something you do daily. And so it's okay when people tell me they don't do social media, they don't like to post, they don't want their friends to think whatever, X, Y, Z, as long as the next sentence is not, I want to make more money. Okay? If you're satisfied where you are, you can keep doing what you're doing. There's no issue. I'm not here to change you. But if you come to me and say you want better physically, we're going to have to change some things we're doing, putting in our mouth. We're not putting in our mouth. You come to me and say you want better financially. Well, you've obviously been doing whatever you've been doing for a long time. So I really don't care how busy you are. quit being so busy being broke. Like, let's add an hour into something that can actually create some financial independence and get you unbroke. And you can't say that to a brand new person. I can only say that in front of a room where it doesn't come across the wrong way. But it's the truth. I can't help you if you won't do something different with me. And you can't help the next person if they won't do something different with you. All right, so here's where I am going to train. This is where people mess up. They're doing the passive system. You've got to check in with your customers often. If you're selling MOA or drops and you're not talking to your customers every day or so, you're not going to be as good as the ones that are. We're in a relationship building business. Does it take time, effort, and energy? Yes. And so does sharing genius and anything else worthwhile in life. Yeah. Like if I tell you this is easy, I'm lying. I'm saying it's possible if you'll do the right thing. So build your relationship with these customers. And here's my tip. Convert early and often from customer to brand partner. Because the retail sales is still trading time for money. You're having to make the post, you're having to sell the drops, you're having to collect the money, you're having to do it over again. I want one day for you to wake up and have more money in your direct deposit ready coming to you on next Friday's paycheck because your auto ships you need to live. And you get to work that week and grow your paycheck like Kim does now just because you want to. Kim's best line she's ever laid out that I hear all the time people share this without her around. Is she showed up on an IPA call one morning and she says, I ain't got no more bills to pay. Bailey said, does that mean you're debt free? And she said, what is that? That means you ain't got no more bills to pay. But I hear people all the time say they want to be like Kim. They don't want no more bills to pay. And Kim was very methodical early on. They have paid $35,000 cash for a pontoon boat. Now they have bought an RV. They have bought 2 lots on the lake. They have remodeled their house. They've done all this, but early on, she got rid of her credit card. She paid her house off 5 years early. She bought him and her their first 2 cars and paid them off. Then she started having fun, and she still saves a lot. And the second thing is good is that when you still have, you haven't even ran out of last week's check when you already got this week's check. Okay, how do you say that?
I still got some money left over from last week.
Don't spend it, Eric. Don't spend it.
Eric's always wanting something. We got a finder, we got one for gun.
On cloud shoes with the phone.
We call Eric driving Miss Daisy. That's what I tell everybody. Who I really focus on are the ones where both spouses are on board. Very seldom do both spouses work the business equal. It's actually difficult. Just ask Ashley and I. It's hard sometimes. But actually behind the scenes for me, when our kids were at home, did everything. Mowed the yard, changed the light bulbs, took care of the kids, and made my life really good when I come home. Although she wasn't the one presenting, if she hadn't been supportive, I could have never gone and created financial independence for our family. So I teach everybody how I got to Reese Angley. I'll give him Reese now. He's one of the best. He is, in my opinion, the best person in my whole business. Like there's nobody that knows everything the way he knows it. Like, he's so talented on everything. But he was the negative spouse. So at that time, I was working only with Ashley. I didn't know what he looked like. And Ashley wasn't that great of a builder, but she sold 500 boxes of drops in 30 days. And she was wanting to make money for her family. They have 5 kids. They both have good jobs, but they were paycheck to paycheck. And I kept telling her, like, get me in front of your husband soon as I didn't know his name actually. So whenever the time is right, I will come to Fort St. Joe, which is about where I want to live, and I'll meet with him. And like 3 months in, one day she just called. I said, okay, Reese is ready to meet. And I said, okay, I'm coming to buy dinner. Where do you want me to meet you? I'm like, hey, we went over there and we showed him, and then Reese is now, I mean, they're 400,000 this year in the income. Their second full year.
Now you see why my team, I text y'all.
Yeah.
See that second thing? You gotta check, you gotta stay in touch with your people. So when I stay in touch with you guys, I'm hoping that y'all take heed and do that to your team.
Okay, I may have some misspelling up here. I was trying to type some of this in driving up here from Nashville today. But that's not the smartest one. So I use this script when I get asked what the drops are. So I'll use the exact board scripts. When somebody says, what are the drops? First thing I do is send out to the full video. When they ask a couple of questions, I respond verbatim with scripts. Why do I do that? Because it saves me time. I can answer 5 questions in 1 minute. But when they say, how much is it? When they're ready to buy, I don't use that script. This is the script I use. I will say, yes, the drops are 167 retail, but you can do what I did and get a virtual nutrition tool for $29.95 and get them in bulk for less than $100 a box. If you want them for free or to make money, I should say I can show you how, not and I can show you how, whatever. We got that down. Wait. Say it again.
The retail is 170.
Well, I sell at 167 if they're just gonna buy the box from me. Retail is 176, but most people out here are selling at 167. No, it can happen though. So Randy, the pastor lost 170 pounds. I signed him up with this script when he asked me how much the drops were. I just signed a guy up named Tripp in North Carolina. He's put in like 15 people his first couple of weeks. When I responded to him, he'd already watched all 300 videos on my YouTube channel. He already knew. He knew. He was like, I'm ready to come in and like this. He was telling me how to do the business. So you never know who's watching you. And I've probably put 15 people in with this script in the last year. I very seldom, at this point, early on selling drops was wonderful. It's not a negative, like it's good. I'm just saying I don't really stop to sell drops at this point. I would much rather have a brand partner and I'm a builder. So anyway, use that script with your customers to convert them to a brand partner. This is really, 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 really important what I'm about to tell you on the building side. You must use Zooms and three-way help. If you're not a good converter, let me tell you this, you're not a good converter. Okay, hear me, you're not good. You're bad at it. We did this 3-day boot camp with Susan Frank and Susan Cameron's team last weekend in Virginia, and they actually made everybody on their team pay $58 for a personality test, and they had the actual inventor of the personality test. We zoomed them in for 3 hours talking about the pros and cons of each personality. And by the way, the number one issue I see with people is consistency. And it bugs me because I see really people that could be like, right when they get their paycheck, it can triple on them in a month. They can disappear on me for 6 months. And then they come back and have a refill all over again. But here's what that personality test lady said. She said only 5% that have ever taken this test score high in the consistent personality. It's our number one weakness. We're inconsistent in our eating. We're inconsistent. We join a gym. We're inconsistent in anything outside of the norm. Meaning I have to show up at work because I can't pay my bills on Friday. But if it's something else that's not mega built-in discipline around you, it's really hard to stay consistent. It's always something. Like, understand me. It's always something. It's never going to be a time. Matter of fact, Britt Palmer and I said this about 2 weeks ago to each other. We're driving down the road talking. And Brent says to me, things are going really good right now. And I said, that scares me. Because very seldom will anything be good long periods of time. So the success of your business is how you handle the adversity. It's always coming. Family, children, business, people you think are going to be great, get people you think are going to be awesome, quit. You name it. It's all moving all the time. Matter of fact, Kim Gray calls me last week. She always gets 45 minutes from me one day a week. She doesn't ever need anything. She just wants to tell me everything and hear me back. But here's what she said. She was dealing with like 5 different Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil type issues with people. She said, "Ty, you didn't train me on all this." What was it? I can't remember. There were like 3 people. One was having a marital problem. One was having this. Like, I was like, Kim, how do you train on what you deal with in the people business? Like, there's always something new every day. And if you pastors know it better than anybody. I mean, think about what y'all hear in the church every day. Like, it's like, pastors hear more. Everybody else kind of hide the bad stuff and show on social media the good stuff. But we all have bad stuff going on. All of us do. We're always dealing with it. So if you're in this room, and I'll get serious toward the end of the day because the unserious people generally left at this point. But you got to be consistent over time. Give this thing time to compound. And at some point, it will go on its own. Like, it will just take a life and go. You'll never be able to stop it at that point. Okay. So this lady right here, I was in California about 3 weeks ago, and I always go in early to these events so I can meet people. I didn't today. I came in from Nashville this morning. Sorry about that. But most of all this room I've been in your houses are private meetings. But I go to California for Amber May, go for that Susan Cameron, but the other 2 girls are brand new. That girl had just signed up to sit next to Susan Cameron the day before from Fresno and drove over to our meeting about an hour and a half away. This is the Friday afternoon before the event. She's sitting there and she says to me, "Todd, I just got my first hit on Messenger on my drop post I made yesterday." And it's a lady in North Carolina that wants to know about the drops. And I said, "Well, send her Dr. Christian's video." She did. like 5 minutes later, the lady says, she says, how much are they? And this lady says to me, hi, I heard you on an IPA call say you try to convert before you sell. What did you say? So I gave her that exact script. I said, they sell at 167, but you can do what I did and buy for $29.95, buy a virtual nutrition store. You can get them in bulk for less than $100 a box, and I can show you how to make money if you want to. She texted her that. And the lady says, I'm interested. And she said, I said, and this lady, that lady that's looking down, she had no confidence on any of it. First time ever. She says, what does slow her down? I said, see when she's got 5 minutes. And she said, text her, when do you have 5 minutes? And she said, right now. So she said right now. So she thought I was going to be the one to do the conversion, but not with Susan Cameron. So remember, we all have our different skill sets. I'm the educator and the communicator. I am not the closer. I'm not the best converter, although I'm better than most people, but not near the best. Susan is the best converter. It's like she's crazy good. So Susan calls her on Messenger, and they're all talking on Messenger. So on Messenger and FaceTime, if you don't know this, you can share screen now on Messenger and Facebook. You don't have to go to Zoom anymore. She calls her on Messenger. On that team, and if y'all don't have it, I'll get it to y'all. But on that team, they have an 8-page skinny drop conversion PowerPoint on their boards. So she starts talking to this girl, and what Susan does, and this is your skill set to learn, I'll write this down. First thing Susan's going to do is identify a hot button she can revert back to when you start giving her a bunch of excuses. So she asked this lady about herself a bunch. She found out she was in the horse world. And Susan says, oh, you're in the horse world. You like travel, do shows and stuff? And she said, we do. My daughter competes right now. She says, what kind of truck? And she was some Ford 250, whatever. And the lady says, if I did a business, the number one thing I want to do is pay off my truck. Okay, so Susan pocketed that. And I filmed this. This is on YouTube if you want to go watch it. I didn't actually film the end because I had already given up. Susan didn't give up. It went for 30 minutes. So this lady, remember, had just asked about a box of drops. 30 minutes later, Susan Cameron closed her with a 30-pack. But here was the story that I wish I got the whole thing filmed. This lady gave every excuse I've ever heard. I don't do social media. I hate Facebook. I don't want to post. I don't like network marketing. I don't know if the drops work yet. I need to try them first. Like everything you hear, Susan had to overcome. So she would just slowly, patiently overcome each objection. And when it did work, she would refer back to the truck. She was like, I thought you told me you wanted to take the truck off. About 20 minutes in, this is where I was like, gosh, Susan, you're so talented. Susan, in her little preppy voice, says, don't you just want to buy a new truck and pay it off instead of paying off the old one? And that lady said, she named exactly whatever $110,000 Ford 250 she wanted. And so the last 10 minutes, that's all it was ever talked about was that new Ford 250 we're about to pay off. So at the end, in the United States, we have PayPal Afterpay, where you can extrapolate out the $2,300 plus shipping tax over 6 months. So that's because this lady had no money, according to her at the time. No money, no money, no money. Heard it 10 times in the conversation. So Susan said, we'll just use PayPal Afterpay. We'll have to make all your money back before you even get it. Well, when they finally, 30 minutes into it, agreed to do it, PayPal Afterpay fell for whatever reason. But that lady had gotten so excited about her new Ford truck, she said, well, I do have it in my savings. Just let me move it over real quick. I'll give you my ATM card, my debit card. She signed up with her debit card. Okay. That's the lady. Because the next weekend, after California, I was at Susan Frank's house for an event where that lady was about an hour from it, and she came to that event. That lady had sold like 12 boxes before hers ever arrived. And by the time she got to the event, I think she only had 4 boxes left and was already like $1,500 up in profit. And just totally fired up. Okay, so everybody's not Susan Cameron, but I will tell you, Kim Gray is better on a 3-way call than anybody I have in my whole business. If she, and I tell Susan and Susan this too, if Susan or Kim Gray were my upline, nobody else would have access to them, because I would keep them busy 24 hours a day. I need this, I need this. I got a 3-way, I got a 3-way, I got a 3-way. I need a Zoom, I need a Zoom, I need a Zoom, I need a conversion. And it's not just Kim, it's now Angie, it's now Jill, it's now Carol, I'm going to say, can do a pretty good one. I don't know how many she's doing right now, but I know she could if she wanted to. So there are other, Patty. So like anybody in your upline that's gotten decently proficient at this, keep them, all your job is to get the 3-way or the Zoom lined up. And then they're going to swoop in on the phone or whatever and help you convert. Okay, so I've just described the passive approach. I will remind you the money I'm about to show you as we end is residual income. I got to check my time. Okay. 15 minutes. All right. So no matter how hard what I'm telling you seems to you, remember, you don't have to repeat it if you do it right one time. So no matter what income you make here, when you get distracted, it keeps coming. If you're working and you stop working, it's generally going to trend backwards for a while and it'll stabilize at some point. Sometimes if you get the right people, it keeps going. Most of the time, but if you go back to work, it'll trend upwards. So wherever your income is not working, just imagine building it 5 times higher before you quit the next time. It'll still trend backwards, but it's still going to end up 4 times higher than it was the last time you worked. So it's really a legit, crazy, best way on planet Earth with no upfront capital needed to go create better retirements, get out of debt. Throughout my network marketing career, I've had a private plane, private pilot, 4 full-time personal employees. At one time, 3 houses. One of them was 18,000 square feet, all worthless. I can care less. I want people to have all the stuff they wanted. I'm not saying any of it was bad, but I will tell you the one thing that I've had the last 20 years that I will fight and claw the rest of my life to not lose: freedom. My kids never saw their mom and dad have to go to work. Like they are. I'm going to Las Vegas for some meetings Monday and Tuesday, and I'm flying right back to Nashville. My son's football team opens up with Vanderbilt this year. I'm going to Vanderbilt. I'm going straight from Vanderbilt. And he doesn't know it yet, but I'm hoping he'll take me on the team plane. But if he'll let me on the team plane, I'm flying back there with my car, and I'm going to Coastal Carolina in the following week and hanging out with him all week. I might do some Zooms, I might not. But so I work in spurts. What people see is not my reality. People that hang out with me realize I probably only work really 3 hours a day. Because you see me on the morning Zoom at IPA, I might do 2 or 3 more Zooms, but they're Zoom for 10 or 15 minutes. I'll do a Zoom, I'll go mow the yard, or go for a run, do whatever. And it's never because I have to. Like, work is very different when you want to. So I always say, forget the dollar amount, forget what you want. Here's the magic sentence to always remember. You want to get to a point in life where you wake up every day and do what you want to instead of what you have to. When you reach there, it's not heaven, but it's heaven on earth. It is a whole different world. And that's the reason people think sometimes I'm crazy, because if I lost this and had to have a real job, like I used to be a really hard worker. I'm not a hard worker anymore. Like I would hate it. They would not be happy with me. I could not imagine trading my time for somebody else's residual income. That's what so I always tell you, if you're an employee, you're making somebody else's residual income. And if you're a business owner, you're making residual income on your employees. And if you're not, your business is going to shut down pretty soon. You're not profitable. Want to add anything? All right, I do have to say this last thing before I show you the 4 pieces of the pay plan. That is, direct recruiting is needed if you want to get to the big money. The passive approach is social media, but if you want to get to the big money, like I always say, the best way to say it isn't develop the courage. The best way to say it is get over yourself. Because rejection is you not getting over yourself. You're too worried about what people are going to think about you. They're going to say yes, no, or maybe. They might call you an idiot, and they might call you to say, I don't know which one. Like you heard people in here today thanking the person that showed them. Some people are going to say, I ain't never going to do that. Like, it's all coming. Get over it. Get over yourself. Don't take anything personal and just go forward. I mean, think about it. Jesus and 12 started 2025 years ago now, and there's still a whole bunch of naysayers in the world, but there's a whole bunch of people going to heaven because of it. So we're not thinking about it in heaven, but we are going to help a lot of people financially and physically, but everybody ain't coming. They're just not. If they won't come to that, they sure ain't coming to this. So the only thing rejection is your fear of what people think about you. That's the number one thing that will come here to create the wealth. So that's one of the reasons I was really impressed with Jeff, is because, we all have, listen, you're lying if you don't have a drug addict in your family or friend network. Yeah. They're everywhere. Like the oxycodone epidemic is, I cannot tell you how many God-fearing church people have kids addicted to drugs. Like it happens everywhere. But Jeff's ability to come to the front of the room and say it with confidence and not worry about what people think empowers everybody in the room that knows somebody to share Jeff's story. Yes. Same thing with PartnerCo. That's why when I heard him speak that day, and I knew he wasn't full of himself. He wasn't trying to hide anything. He just put it all out there on day one. And I said out today, he said, Jeff, fuck me up. I didn't ask permission. I already know him. I was like, I don't just tell anybody. This guy locked him up. All right. So the direct approach is you directly reach out to people. You can do it on Messenger or text. There's nothing ever gonna be picking up the phone and calling. I could have texted Pam, she would have never met me. I just pick up the phone and calling her. You can direct approach your personal, that's all you can do early on. But the wealth is in the organization, as I'm gonna show you, pay the unlimited depth. So I'm always direct approaching people for people. Meaning, if it's in a pay line for me, and you're too scared to call them, give me their number, I'll call them for you. Kim does better than that anybody I know. Right? If you're in her pay line and you give her some numbers, she's gonna sign them up for you today. And sometimes she does it on the phone. Nobody knows her, and she's getting credit cards and putting $2,500 on it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, then she signs it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I can't do that. I'm always gonna send it. All right, switching to money. New volume bonus is the first way you're paid. That in retail money. So everybody needs to quickly get to top pay when you sign them up. Preach it. This thing does a really good job. The reason for that is if you come in as activated with 200 points, you're going to be paid. Kim, we just here, I'll just shoot you the whole time. So if Kim personally sponsored Jeff and she's activated, and Jeff went out and became ultimate, meaning you sold 1,500 points of product, she made 15% or $225. But if she goes ultimate, which simply means, and by the way, the Susans call that top pay. They're really good about using words that make common sense, not having to explain that for marketing terminology. So if she gets the top pay, it means simply she puts 1,500 points of product through her business. Again, Susan called that a 30-pack. She calls it an 88-pack. That way it makes sense. Make sure you don't just get into network terminology when you start learning this stuff, because when you won't know what you're talking about, although you think they do. So if she gets to top pay herself, she's got an 88-pack, she's at top pay, she signs up Jeff, and he goes top pay. Same transaction occurred, but she's now top pay at 30%, so she gets double the money for the same transaction. So she's getting 15% for $225, she now gets 30% for $450. Really important to be at top pay for life. You never have to be qualified what you have. It also unlocks the first 3 generations of match and check. This is why I became a part of this comp plan 12 years ago. I've never seen a comp plan that allows somebody that does it. This is Pam Dot. No other comp plan in the world would have given me a reason to call Pam Dot and tell her to get out, unless she wanted to work. If she wanted to work, we had a link completely stabilized, and she would go build websites with one-dimensional, so I had to build one lane at 15%. If somebody is adamant about how busy she was, I wouldn't even waste my time there. I would just say I would respect them. But the match and check part, I knew she was tied to Sonia. I can't see what exactly it was, but I knew Sonia was personal sponsor, so everybody Sonia was signing up was in her match and check. If she would just get her auto ship on, the company owed her way more money weekly than her auto ship was going to be monthly. And that was the main reason I was trying to get to her, just to get her a paycheck coming to our house for that. And then the bonus was she actually caught the vision and went to work, started building her other leg.
And Todd talked about the money, right? And I still was in shutdown mode. And so when we went to the accountant the following year, and they said, who's this W-2 PartnerCo? And I said, why? And they said, because there's $19,000 from them. And I said, what? And it went into a checking account that direct deposit that, it's not something that we work out of really. And I was like, 19,000? He said that there was money there, but that is exactly what happened. And so that led me that led me to Patty attending that meeting in Birmingham in May of last year. And I was able to really get the vision because of a lot of work from January to May just went off my back that year. And I could just breathe and think and see clearly. And everything changed then.
Aren't you happy that we all tried to come and get you to get back up in this?
Yes,
business, honey?
if you'd have been in our life, you would have seen what I couldn't.
So Pat,
Other times people are really too busy. That's the reason I'm like, I didn't bug you, because you bug people that don't ignore you. I just check in every now and then.
I was so grateful, thankful. But since last summer, it's because I've made a lot of phone calls, had a lot of rejection. And that's okay, and I get sad about it, but Kim kept saying, don't give up, keep going. And so it ended up being a six-figure income, for long phone calls and stuff.
So remember the chat wording I taught you about? So to tell you exactly how she went from 19,000 to plus 100,000 the next year. She picked up the phone and she called Patty Anderson. Where's Patty at? So Patty started her leg too. Kim was the worker. She was what I call the dog connector. A lot of them I call it the bird dog. So Pam was the bird dog. Pam led Kim to Patty. And then Kim at the time was still helping her a little bit at that time. So Kim called me and said, hey, I got a good one, Patty. I need some help. So then we both went to Patty and we started doing meetings. And then one day she called and says, hey, we got this older lady, can't drive a car, and we're their friends. They want you to come do Patty wants you to come do a presentation in her living room at 9:30 on whatever morning of the week it was, which is more than good. I'd much rather at 9:30 in the morning be home with my kids at night. So I loved it. But when we got to Miss Carol's house that day, there were 35 people in her living room at 9:30 that morning. And I think pretty much all 35 ended up joining at some point. And they were, yeah, there were people like Jill and all of you guys that took off that thing. So basically, that leg basically exploded. Matter of fact, that leg is now way bigger than Sonia's leg. So when that leg took off, that's what created the income. And it wasn't because Pam all of a sudden found time, but it's because Pam finally listened enough to connect the dot to Patty. Now, at this stage, both Patty and Sonia, because they're on a major league, like that leg is way optimized for Kim, so Kim can't always be building other people's money. She got to make her own money. She's trying to build a pay line in South Alabama on her third leg. That's now where Sonia and Patty, it's their time, or somebody in their business, it's time to start be out there helping. It's
Don't start pointing fingers.
no, we don't do that.
I don't. She's like, yes, I.
But Patty, and then underneath Patty came Angie and Larry.
Under Shelley. It was under Shelley. It was Carol, Shelley.
Shelley and her husband Dave, they work, but they're still more bird dogs than they are daily workers. So Patty ended up with Shelley through Carol, and Shelley was at that first meeting at 9:30. Shelley led to Angie and Larry. So we don't choose who the workers are. They choose themselves. Like I can't make Sonia go do this every day. She's got other things going on. What I'm going to use Sonia for is to get through her. I'm going to make her money the rest of her life. She's the dot connector. Then I don't identify them. They identify themselves. They were the first two that said, hey, I want to do what y'all are doing. So now so it didn't take long. And all of a sudden I was traveling and doing meetings in Patty's business. And Kim does that all the time now. But these guys were like, hey, Todd, we used to be pastors in Michigan. We've got a group up there. So I started flying to Michigan and helping them grow their business up there, which all led back to these guys. So they weren't having to do the work. They just connected the dot. So it takes both. The masses are the bird dogs. If you want to create wealth, you became the worker bee. So I tell everybody's got to work hard on this. Somebody does. So when somebody shows up, sometimes you get lucky. Like Kim was the worker for these two ladies, although she could not have done it without Sonia. Like Sonia was the miracle in Kim's life that connected the people and gave Kim then the confidence to do some of that stuff on her own. So it's every piece of it is equally important. Like there's not one piece more important than the other. Other than if you want to create wealth, at some point you've got to come to work. Somebody cannot make you rich. They can just make you money. 500 a week or whatever that number is that's going to pan out there. Okay. All right. So here is that money. Just know from the company, this is what I would say some Pam Dog about. If you want to get paid by the company, there is only one requirement. A 100-point auto ship once a month. It's going to actually occur every fourth Friday. That's the only requirement you'll ever have as long as you live in this company. If you get the top pay, you've never got to requalify, and most companies would make it. So I knew if Pam would turn her auto ship on, that the next page I'm about to show you would begin for her the following Friday. She'd be making money already. So just make sure you get turned on and then preach that to your team and help them get it turned on. And it also is a big residual creator. You know, if people get exposed to our products, they don't buy products to stay eligible here. They end up with $300, $400, $500 auto ships because we have so much stuff that works. That's what happens in our company, not vice versa. Which now the last 3 ways for paying, we're done. First, matching check. Anybody that you personally sponsor on any leg. So let's just pretend like Kim's going to build 2 legs. And let's just say she sponsored this young lady and this young man. leg one, leg two, irrelevant. Does not matter. Legs have no bearing on this area of pay. On any leg, if you personally sponsored them for life, as long as you got the top pay and you've unlocked the first 3 generations of matching check for life, when they get paid, you get a 15% match. So if they get paid $100 in base pay, you get 15. If they get paid $1,000 in base pay, you get 150. If they get paid $2,000, you get $300 in matching check. But if you sign up a superstar, like that little construction guy did in South Alabama, signed up Kim, you can make millions one day. Like if Kim made $1 million, not necessarily in a year, just say right now she's on probably $1 million every 3 years, maybe slightly less than that. So every 3 years, Kim makes $1 million here. That business would get 15% back on the base pay part of that every week from now on. Like there's no exception, there's no cutoff, there's no breakaway, there's no anything. But even more important than that, anybody that these two sign up on the second generation, they personally sponsored them, that's now a 10% match for life. So now that if they make $1,000, it gets 100. So that's what was going on with Pam. Pam personally sponsored Sonia, but then Sonia personally sponsored about 200 people. So there's 200 people on the 10% level for her. That benefit was making money for them, just making $100 each. 200 times 100 times 10% adds up. So I don't know what it was, but it was about $19,000.
They ended up $19,000 from that February to December.
That's just without Patty or anybody. This is just on what was already going on in the business.
Sonia's leg.
Okay. So that's
working.
That's
Praise
matching check.
God. Praise God. Thank you, right? I said it many times. Thank you. Both of you. All of you.
Okay. So now this is the third of the 4 ways we're going to talk about. It's called basic pay. This does require at least 2 legs, but you can build as many as you want. And the rule is very simple. You're going to be paid 15% unlimited of every transaction that occurs anywhere in the world your business grows to on every leg of business, but the biggest on Friday. How the company doesn't go bankrupt. But you are paid matching check on that leg. You can make $1 million on that leg. But so let's just say this young lady took off, and this was Kim's biggest leg. That means on this leg, which would be a weaker leg, she would be getting paid 15% on anything anybody buys anywhere. Sign up, auto random purchase, whatever it is, doesn't matter. So the illustration you're looking at up there shows leg 1 did 8,000, this group over here. Leg 2, this group over here, they sold 6,700 times 15% for out $1,000 in base pay. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Our goal is to get 2 legs that do 13,334. By the way, $1,000 in base pay for the week makes you officer. That's what Jeff did last week. Actually, he's going to make a lot more than that, but that's just not one area of pay. His check probably more like 2,000 total pay. All right, our goal. This is for most people more than a current full-time income. So when we start getting to senior officer doing 13,334 weekly on 2 legs, we're in real money now. You're about to see exactly that number. So this is what it looks like. If this leg of business right here sold enough product that equal 13,334, and the pay leg did the same thing, this is the math. 15% of 13,334 equals $2,000 in base pay. But anytime a pay leg pays you $2,000, it triggers shares in a 3% global bonus pool. So the company's approaching $4 million in revenue, and it puts 3% weekly in a bonus share pool. And anybody that does this gets shares in the pool. The more legs you get to do it, the more shares you get in the pool. Okay, so when that second leg does $2,000, the current bonus money is right at around 500. It's not stagnant, that's a general number. Right around 500 for the week is going to be the bonus. And then you're going to see in a second, you get 15% more put in a savings account. So these numbers are like, there's no variation, it's stagnant. So if I'm doing that every week, I'm at 2,800 a week times 52, about 145,000 a year. You'll see on our income disclosure statement that on average, senior officers make 165,000. Very misleading, because more than half of our senior officers don't do it weekly. The ones that do it weekly are more like 300,000. Here's why. Matching check is not included. Matching check is an additional way we get paid. That's that first generation 15% match. Matching check, long term, not near term. Long term, if you build a stable business, is generally going to be greater than, equal to, or greater than this. Tim Sells, who basically almost always in his business, he always said a mature business will be 2.5 times higher in matching check than base pay. Mine is currently not 2.5, but my matching check is greater than my base pay by a decent amount. So generally speaking, a senior officer that's doing it weekly for at least making 24 to 36 months is going to be making at least another 145,000 in matching check. So you're right around the average senior officer that's getting these numbers weekly is about a $300,000 year in our company. This is your bonus structure. So first pay leg triggers a $500 bonus. But if you do a third leg, which is the second pay leg, is $1,500. If you want to get crazy with it, like Brent Palmer just went chairperson 4, like 5 or 6 legs. So like 6 pay legs, his bonus that week was $10,500 for the week over on top of his paycheck. So you can see how big that gets in the time. Better than the lottery because it comes every week.
No wonder he told you things are going really good.
Yeah, so Brent and I were talking this morning, and I was wondering, should I tell y'all this or not? But this is what we were talking amongst ourselves. He was driving to his meeting, I was driving to mine. So I was in Bowling Green with a new group, and they wanted me to stay here, stay and help. So by the time I got to Nashville, I was too tired to get here. But I stopped in Nashville last night, which left me about 3.5 hours away this morning. So I woke up at 5. His son last night just got a big coordinating job. His son wanted him in the booth, just helping him make sure he screw up his first real job. And so Brent stayed behind last night. So he was driving all the way past Mississippi last night and this morning. He actually left real probably last night. And I was like, Brent, you know, we're just laughing. We're like, they think it's what we say. And we're like, it's not what we say, it's what we do. What we do. Because everybody else is telling us they're too busy. We're driving through the middle of the night to go help that too busy person. So if you want to create wealth, it's not necessarily going to be what you say. It's going to be what you're willing to do day after day after day over time. That's the secret to wealth. It just is. It's the total secret. And how you treat people. Like, if you don't treat them right, they're not going to want your help. Get decently good at this and treat people like I treat people that do nothing the same as I treat people that do great. Like, they don't even, I treat people wouldn't know. Like, I'll just tell you, this leg for me, because I have Susan, I have an income position, it's kind of weird, but the leg Kim Brady in total did 461,000 last week. I'm capped 13,334. So yes, I get matching check on, but no, it ain't a pay leg. Nobody will ever know that. I treat every leg the same. So I treat Kim's leg the same as I would treat my brand new leg that can increase my paycheck next week. Like, you got to do that. Like, this is the biggest argument Kim Brady and I used to have, because she would call me and say, my leg's flipped. And I say, shut up. Treat them the same and they'll quit flipping. Because what she would do is when they would flip, she'd take her energy and put it over on the new leg. Well, the next week she'd come and say they flipped. And she'd go put her energy back over her pay leg. I was like, if you ever want a big business, you better quit looking and build them both. And I finally just gave up. I said, Kim, I'm putting a third leg under you. We got to get 3 legs. They won't flip on your mind no more. And then when you have 2 legs going, then 2 of them are always getting paid on. That's the reason I kind of like to do it on 3 legs that have a mind that can't deal with business. You're not an employee here. It's a business. It's going to be all over the place. I always say, if you know what you're getting paid next Friday, you're broke. You don't want you to know. That's how you create wealth. It can be a little bit of a mystery what's coming. All right, so this is 3 legs. I'm optimizing 3 legs weekly. So Kim is 2 3/4 almost every week, and about 2 weeks a month she does all 3. So when Kim does all 3, she's at 5,500 that week. Before matching check, before new volume bonus. So she's been right at 8,000 to 10,000 weekly here for a long time. Not bad for somebody who was on disability from the time she was a teenager up until about 4 or 5 years ago. But that's 286,000 a year before matching check. Now her matching check's not as good because she and I both got lucky. I personally stuck a guy bulldozing my land on her 3rd leg. And the reason I did, I never stick generally people on somebody's pay leg unless they can help me. I'm not helping them. I'm going to build them a power leg and then they can help themselves if they want more. But I called him up and I said, I got this guy signed up. I know he knows people, but I do not have the time to deal with him. If you will just promise me you'll talk to him every day, I'll put him on your 3rd leg. Big old fat guy with a beard, James Walt. I'm a good friend now. Makes about 3,000 a week in matching check now. He's got basically more of this than his bulldozer company. But Walt led us to Robin Farrell, who discovered the skinny drop system, led us to all the skinny drop girls. And then that led to Reese Nash Antley, which led to Joni and Chris in Costa Rica, which led to 5,000 people in Canada the last 12 months joining. So all that's on Kim's third leg. But I personally sponsored it, so it's not in her matching check. Her matching check's a little distorted because she didn't catch that. But her matching check is about 1,100, 1,200. Yeah. So she's more like 6,500 to 7,000 a week before new volume bumps. So 7,000 a week's 28,000 a month. That's how they're paying 35,000 cash for pontoon boats now. There's nobody that has worked harder in my business than Kim Gray. There's nobody more than her. But over time, when her second and third legs become stabilized, the one she's built, with her matching check at some point, maybe another 24 months down the road, will barely catch and surpass it. So Kim went hard for about 2-3 more years. She'll be well north of 500,000 a year when she decides to slow down a little bit. I doubt that day ever comes. It's so funny, when I first met Eric and her 2 daughters, they were all trying to get her out of the house. She'd never leave. She'd been sitting in the house for years. Now then, every time I see the daughters, I'm like, will you please tell my mama to come home? All right, now let me show you the last piece. So, let me show you this before I show you this. So you can see it with your own eyes. So this is Susan Cameron's 5th month in the company. 47,000 was her 5th month income. No experience, no team, no nothing. She was adamant she would not do this business. She reached out to Susan Frank, who's been with me for 15 years. She was in a previous company with me. She signed up with me. She had her first child and quit the hospital because they wouldn't give her extended maternity leave, and her husband almost divorced her. Then her husband's aunt told her about the network marketing business. She joined us on borrowed money. Again, her husband didn't know. First time I met Josh, she was so mad. He was like, she wanted to talk to people at church. There's no way she can do this business. He's a believer now. He's not like Eric. We call him the professor. He solved all the hard issues. Susan's a people person. But she's $1 million earner in the company. Susan and her went to elementary school together and had not talked since. Like 30+ years. And this Susan saw that Susan posting skinny drops and called her and said, I have Lyme disease. Will they help? Well, Susan Frank is a networker. She said yes. Send me 160, I'll get them all 50 tomorrow. And Susan called, well, Susan's very ethical. Susan Frank called me and said, you told a girl that would have Lyme disease. That's true. I think that's very true. She's up a good desk. We'll see. And so anyway, then Susan Cameron said, I will never do that little pyramid. And she ended up buying another $1,000 worth of products. And Susan Frank's trick is she never gives people a discount. So she sold her $1,000 more of mold and some other things for a Lyme disease, straight retail. And what finally got this Susan involved was she posted into a Lyme disease group she was a part of, like 10 people wanted a box of drops. She called that Susan back and said, hey, I ain't gonna let you make my money. Just put me in, I'll sell these drops. And it went from there. But here's their secret, that's fast money. And we're at the end here. This is it. Whether it be the 888 pack, they're mainly 30 packs. There's really good to both. Like Susan's big complaint to me is their business is 99% women. I'm like, I wonder why. You're only 30 packs. You only talk about skinny drops. You're only going to attract women. Her business has a lot more men in it. Some other businesses have got a really men heavy. Men aren't necessarily, especially businessmen, they don't need to lose weight. You're not going to get them on the hormonal balance and weight loss. You're going to get them on money. What they want here, money. Residual income, cash flow. So like the 888 pack is more conducive to getting those men involved than just throwing straight 30 pack. So I do both. I actually am just committed to whoever I'm working with. But if I'm building my own leg, I'm going to adapt to what I'm talking to. What I'm saying, selling 30 packs for 88. So you learn how to do that. It'll be really good. But they do straight 30 pack drops. And that's the only language they ever speak. That's the reason they move so fast, it's so duplicatable. They have an 8-page PowerPoint they all use. They never change their pictures until I get down. They all want me to build ones for people in the room. But on their day-to-day operations, 8 pages, same pictures, 5-minute presentations, 30-pack signage. So it only takes 9 30-pack or 888 packs to optimize the line. Think about that for 1 second. If you have an organization of people, let's just say you have 30 people in a leg, and 10 of those people are women that are moving about 30 boxes of drops a month. If those 10 people in the same week go order a new 30 pack, that whole leg optimizes and creates 2,000 plus whatever bonus money, plus whatever on not even a new sign up, just 9 people ordering another 30 pack. That's their magic of how they're making so much crazy money so fast. It's not, they were number 1 and 2 in the world, which I don't care about that. I know what they're making. I see they're matching checks, like they're killing it financially because they're so duplicatable and they really preach that 30 pack. You can do the same thing every day, just understand that. But 9 optimized legs. So Susan Cameron has 3 legs that optimize with auto shifts. The other 3 legs generally start the week with 1,000 to 3,000 of volume. She's doing all the rest, but you know, she's chairperson 2 or whatever she is. She's done that multiple weeks, not every week, but multiple weeks. That means she's driving those other 3 legs with signups or people ordering more 30 packs. If you're brand new, you may glaze over. Don't worry about it. If you just heard it the first time, you'll hear more. But that's how they're speeding up the system. But the ultimate goal is to build a business and have Saturday morning when you wake up. This young lady wakes up every morning, every Saturday, 4 weeks a month. And when she flips on her back office on Saturday morning at 12:01 a.m., she has 2 legs every Saturday that already have more than 100 auto ships that ran that day. So 134. 134 auto ships at 100 points is 13,400 points. So 2 of Kim's legs now optimized without her working. Big time, like not kind of, like they're blown by 13,334 when she wakes up on Saturday morning. So she's at a $250,000 a year retired right now, which doesn't make sense to really think about where she's come from to that. Like it does, but I've seen her work ethic, but it doesn't if you really understood where she came from to get there. But that's it. So you're kind of bridging that gap into time. You start it, you can manipulate it. If you're getting those sign-ups for 30 packs and reinvestments for 30 packs, and then over time you're going to stabilize it with that. That doesn't include the random orders, the growth, all those things that begin to occur. And then the last piece of that puzzle, those 30 packs, when you personally sponsor, I very seldom tell about putting somebody on Kim's 3rd leg, because I've only done that like 3 times in all of my network marketing career. You only make people lazy. Like, if you want to know the only person in this company makes me mad, if this is you, I'm talking to you. If people have given you people in a leg, you're not in matching check. But if that leg is growing and producing, you are the luckiest person in our freaking company. And those people complain to me all the time. They come up to me like, I ain't making no money. Well, listen, whoever's your upline has created a one-dimensional business for you. Everybody else has to build 2 legs. All you got to do is build 1. Quit being a baby. Go stick somebody in front of somebody and build your other freaking leg. Go do it. So like it's the biggest gift on planet Earth. So I always tell people, you don't really have a power leg and a pay leg. If you want to make $250,000 a year here, you need 2 power legs. So if you have a 1 runaway leg, 1 down, 1 to go. If you have no runaway legs, 0 down, 2 to go. Just like it is a gift. So if you're that person, you got to understand that although you're not getting paid, the first person you put in is 15% for life. Most people don't have that luxury. Like Sonia didn't have that luxury. She was going back and forth all the time trying to figure out what leg to go on. I always say the best people generally never have a runaway leg. It's the people that are just sitting there and get something built underneath them and have the runaway leg. So just be grateful. That's all. Don't have to owe anybody anything, but just don't complain about it to me. I hate that. It bothers me. Because somebody built that for you, and it's hard to build. Like, it's really hard. But that being said, I'm always going to put sponsor at the bottom left of whatever leg I'm currently building. And if you do have legs that are moving around, that might not be the same leg every week. So when I say bottom left, if there is 100 people down this leg, but it's still a pay leg for me. When I personally sponsor somebody, although I'm going to personally sponsor it down there, so it'd be in my matching check, not theirs, they all 100 people get that volume. And I don't know where to stick it out in the sideline of somebody, because we don't, if somebody's lazy with runaway leg, they're going to be, you're never going to hear them again. If you give them somebody on the pay, they start making money about anything, you'll never hear them again. So like, they got to learn something. They got to get some skin in the game. So, but the big reason I do that is I can't pick them. Like Susan Frank and Kim Grady, I knew them both on day 1. you know them today. Like, they were not my picks. Like, Susan Frank would not do her own meetings. Like, she wouldn't even come up and introduce herself. Like, Kim Bailey and I would have to do everything for that girl. And then Kim Gray, she was adamant she would not even join the business. And when she told me she was gonna turn her disability off, I thought she had lost her mind. I was like, please don't do that. Like, that's what she's really going to direct your life. What is, because like, this is hard to get this to a full-time living. It's not easy. It can be done, but I was scared she couldn't do it. So that's really, if you wonder why I came out of retirement, it's called Kim Gray turning her disability off. And then that was perfect because then we became PartnerCo, and I'm really excited to get that total belief finally for the first time in a very long time. Actually, more belief I've ever had in 24 years. So anyway, always stick it to the bottom, and then everybody there built power relates to everybody. And then one day, Pam died. It's finally the timing gets right. I didn't say anything that day. I had already said it was just the day was right that day. And then when she got going, then finally, like, it's the one thing none of us can control. That's timing in other people's lives. Don't take it personally. People are too busy. They're too busy. They didn't know we were showing up. Although they may need and maybe prank what we got, they don't know that yet. It's very like I'm very slow. I never push people. She pushes people, which is good. I like people that push, and I come in really slow. I'll be the chief big guy and nice guy. Anything you want to add there? And then we won't even talk about savings. That's it. Other than anything you want to close with.
Yes, I do want to close with something. You know, you talked about Susan, and they named their team Unstoppable. Well, the lady back there, she called me. She asked me, when did I want a team name for my group at PHP? And I prayed about it. I thought about it. I asked one person on my team about this, what I want to do. You know, because of God and because of PartnerCo, I am an overcomer. And this means something to me. I'm unstoppable. Sure, I can be unstoppable. But I'm an overcomer. And you know that lady on that, what's that name? What's that, religious show? Come on, that black lady that gets in that kitchen and says, my God is powerful. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me tell you something. I can scream. I'm an overcomer. So listen, if you come to PHP or if you don't go to PHP, these people back here has got these shirts, and I want to wear my shirt at PHP and my team to be proud because we're all overcomers. Whether you're an overcomer in your physical, like I am, but if you're an overcomer in your financial, like I am, I'm an overcomer. And I want all my team to feel like you're overcomers. Okay? So, saying that, before you leave, please check her. And the 27th is the deadline to get your shirts before you go to PHP. But you can order them. You don't have to buy them. You can order them to ship them to you. But listen, I am all about these shirts right here. I'm all about these buttons right here that lady back there sells, because let me tell you something. People see the stuff that you wear, and they're going to ask you, well, what is PartnerCo? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I'm going to tell you about it. Because it's changed my life and my financial life. So saying that, I'm really thankful for all y'all coming. I hope all y'all can come to PHP. My team, or even other people's teams ask me to come speak. I'll be glad to come speak to anybody and come talk about it. So keep that in mind, okay? And thank y'all.
Hey, anybody that's Apple that wants these presentations, turn your AirDrop on and I'll turn to you. Yeah. Unbelievable job today. Danny, Carol, Jill, Kelly, whoever was part of our, put all these together.
Let me find the AirDrop.
Kim, is the color gonna be?
Oh, PartnerCo.
Is the AirDrop? We don't take all this.